Good morning. I'm going to call to order the special board meeting of the Elk Grove Unified School District for March 21st, 2023. Welcome, everyone. Let's see. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. During special board meetings, the public may make public comment for items listed on the agenda in person in the boardroom or virtually via the Zoom platform and will be called upon when the selected item comes up on the agenda. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at a regularly scheduled board meeting. A person wishing to be heard by the board shall first be recognized by the president and will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their individual total time beyond 3 minutes. The guidelines for in-person public comments and participation can be found in the table outside of the boardroom and on the district's website. Please be mindful that students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all of those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.9, the board may not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. The board president may call a recess at any point during the meeting. First item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'd like to welcome Ms. Shannon Hayes up to lead us. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Next item is the elementary and secondary school emergency relief and priority process. I'd like to ask Ms. Lavasser if there are any public comments via Zoom for this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards for this item?
No, Madam President, we do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Hayes.
Good evening, Madam President. It's not evening. Boy.
It's hard. It's dark in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good morning, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman and Ms. Avalos. Today, I bring to you, along with my colleagues, an update on the elementary and secondary school emergency relief. We also refer to it as COVID-19 relief funding. Most of this that we're going to talk about today, if not all of it, is funded right now through the federal government. And so these funds have a very specific timeline in order for them to be spent. So we've spent the last several board meetings reviewing ESSERs 1, 2, and 3. Today, we're going to talk about 2 and 3. My apologies. So as administration goes through and recommends things to the board as far as people or actions and services through our LCAP and such, there's budget planning principles that we, along with our bargaining unit members and others, that these are the focus. So remaining fiscally solvent, maintaining effective existing programs and services. And right now we're going to be talking about bullet number 2. We're almost done with the negotiation process with our bargaining group. So bullet 3 is almost done. And then we're still not at a place yet where we're building upon existing programs or creating new programs. So ESSER has afforded us a unique opportunity to increase services to students and extend programs or enhance programs that we already had existing in the district. This particular slide represents all of the one-time funds that have been coming to the district. And what happens with one-time funding is if you're not careful, then you can get hooked on one-time funding. And then when that one-time funding goes away, it's problematic then to continue programs and services that people are used to. So in looking at all of the funds we've been receiving, large dollar values, obviously, ESSER 3, one time, we have 107 million left in that source. That expires June of 24. You can see there that that's a lot of money and a lot of actions and services for students that potentially would sunset. We have the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. Again, this is one time. The state in the adopted budget for 22-23 did propose this one-time funding and funded at 100%. The ability for us to transfer those existing actions and services into this block grant. We have ESSER 3 expanded learning. That 27 million is attached to all expanded learning type activities. This is the federal program of the one right below it, which is the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. And that is ongoing. So of the 27 million, if we were to just flip the page, theoretically, you would have $31 million ongoing to run a same type of program. Now, right now, our program for expanded learning is just that. It's expanded right now, and it will have to come back down to some kind of reality. We've had the fortunate with our bargaining group partners to have advanced rates for salaries to entice employees to come back after their normal workday and work after school. So it's been a luxury and a frustration at the same time, because people get used to a rate of pay and then, things change. Looking then at Educator Effectiveness Block Grant. So the board took action, I believe last year. That effectiveness block grant is a training grant, and it was specific to certain subject areas. So of that 14 million, it's braided with some unrestricted general fund money to have everybody in the district trained in DEI and some of the other programs that were initiatives of the board. So those were negotiated, and we plan on spending 100% of those funds by the end of June of 2025. We have one anomaly so far, the Art, Music, and Instructional Material Discretionary Block Grant. It's a mouthful, $37 million, one time, supposed to sunset in June of 26. However, this is the one that the governor has proposed in his January budget to redirect a portion of these funds to fund the COLA. And as we talked in the last presentation, that's problematic to purchase ongoing things with one-time money. So of that 37 million, assuming his proposal is adopted, then we would see something less than that. Right now, we don't have an estimate of what that is. And that particular block grant does require a board-approved plan to be submitted to the California Department of Ed. And so that one we're not necessarily touching unless the board gives direction to do otherwise. That particular funding source does have the ability.
Excuse me, Shannon,
Yes.
why?
Why?
You're not asking us to do
For the plan. So the reason that we've not brought forward a plan yet, like expenditure plan for the art music block grant, is because we don't know what the funding level is. So we would hate to commit to something that we may not be able to fund. But on that note, there is the Art, Music, and Schools program, which the voters approved back in November through Proposition 28, which is ongoing, 9 million versus 37 million. But that particular initiative is specific to hiring employees to teach art and music in schools. The Art, Music, and Instructional Material Discretionary Block Grant is not a VAPA block grant. It is open to a number of different initiatives, and that information is in the back of your packet that talks about what you can use the funds for. And I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Appreciate it very much. So I know this has kind of been a long anticipated presentation, and I appreciate the team in putting together the information for you today. But really, we have three kind of main focuses that we're going to take a look at today as we really transform the services and programs that we built into our ESSER plan as we convert those into a format that the board is more familiar with, which is our board priority process. That's really the idea today. When we talk about our board priority process, we generally have three categories of expenditures that you'll see and we'll share with you today. The first one will be one-time items that we actually plan on completing and being done prior to the expiration of the ESSER funds. And so we'll share a list with the board and just make sure we're all on the same page with regards to the things that staff sees as one-time agreement from our bargaining partners as well, that they're one-time. We want to make sure the board is comfortable that these items truly are one-time. Then we're going to talk about a couple of recommendations with regards to changes within the program from ESSER into what we see as a more attainable program and set of services moving forward. So we'll walk through where we go from an original 385 positions that were built into the original ESSER plan to a new number of 301.65, I believe is the exact number. And we'll walk the board through how we got exactly to that number. And then with the second and third groups of expenditures that you'll see, one is the people, the actual positions that are built into the plan. And then the second group are other services and goods that are built into the ESSER plan and converted into the board priority process. And this may be something the board gives us some direction on, but in the past, the board has always been very clear of wanting to separate people from goods and services. And so that's how we've originally put this together, but we're open to feedback today. We did share a very similar presentation with our expanded Partners in Education group a week ago last Thursday, so that they're aware, which has been a traditional process that we've done is we work through and get their feedback as we move forward with the board. So we've been very consistent in how we do that work. And then the last piece is we'll actually take a look at the recommendations from staff with regards to funding priorities with the goal of being able to keep services in place beyond the next school year, and ideally for an additional 2 school years, which will give us time to do full analysis and be able to make recommendations to the board with regards to which things we might be able to do long term. So we go to the next slide. So again, looking here, a little bit of the same information, but the one thing we want to make sure we're clear about is there's multiple funding sources that are available to do this work. And the first one that we'll speak to today is a Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. And this grant was actually given to us by the governor and the legislature with the defined purpose of extending programs and services that were developed through the ESSER plans for an extended period of time. These dollars actually go through 27-28, as Ms. Hayes shared. There's not near enough money there for us, I think, to be able to use those dollars that long. I think in a best case scenario, we'll be able to use those dollars for a couple of years to keep things going. But the purpose of those funds was specifically for school districts to not hit a funding cliff when the ESSER funding went away, so that they could roll into this work moving forward. So we'll talk about that. The Arts, Music, Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant. This is known as the VAPA grant. I do want to say, for the entire board and the community, while VAPA is a component of it, there are significantly other options that the board can make a decision on to use these funds. To kind of distinguish the two from the legislator and governor's perspective, there's no plan required for the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. There's no separate plan. The reason behind that is what they're expecting is you're going to extend the existing plan. So you're not rewriting your ESSER plan. You're evaluating your ESSER plan and seeing what can be extended. The Arts, Music, Instructional Music, or Instructional Materials Discretionary Block Grant, that is outside and it can be used on a wide variety of things. And because of that, the governor and the legislature are requiring a plan to show how the board is using those funds, and that the distinction between. Yep.
For the members of the public, this is very difficult to see on the screen. And
Yeah.
if you would like a handout, there's one up here on the table next to Mr. Hoffman.
Nancy,
Yes, sir.
when comments are made by a presenter as opposed to the provision of hard data, when statements are made by presenters, and then they move on, as opposed to presenting hard information, are we going to stop and discuss, or
I appreciate you
till-
raising that. Let's hold questions and comments until the end, just because there's so much substance in here. I don't want to disrupt folks' train of thought as we're trying to follow this. Thank you, Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, and the other piece is we're going to actually end up going through many of these topics, and I'm just kind of giving you the overview of the things we're going to cover today. Can you go back to that slide 5 for me, Shannon? It's really important. So that second bullet there is really critical, and I want to say this directly to the board. I want to say it to the community as well. What we're talking about today is one-time funding that's come from the federal government, and we put together a plan that we think is good for kids, good for staff. And that was the ESSER plan that we put in place. We're going to talk about additional one-time funding that's designed to help keep those programs in place moving forward. But again, one-time funding. The promise from me as the superintendent, the promise from the staff is that we will not make a recommendation to the board for any of these services to be deemed ongoing and use regular general fund dollars to keep them in an ongoing piece until an evidence-based rationale can be provided. So staff is working through, we're a little over a year and a half into the ESSER plan. You'll see we still have some positions that aren't filled yet, so it's impossible to be able to tell you today what's working, what's not working, because there's just more work to do. But before we bring a recommendation to the board for ongoing funding, we will make sure there's an evidence-based rationale that we share with the board. And I do want to say for the board, and that sounds great, but just know that's still going to be a challenge, because what's going to happen is we're going to provide evidence of a whole bunch of things that are really good for kids. And depending on an individual board member's perspective and what they see as important and what evidence they value versus what another individual may value, there's going to be deep discussions about which of these programs and services we would recommend going to ongoing sooner than other things. And it's the exact same thing that we've done multiple times through the budget process with our new members. This is a new, because we haven't been able to do this the last couple of years, but this is a tried and true process that we've used previously. So I just want to make sure having the data in front of you is going to be important, but it's not going to solve all of the difficulties of making really challenging decisions. Okay. So I will pause. Any questions with regards to what we're trying to get covered today and the commitments from staff?
Doesn't look like it.
You want to ask them, Carmen?
Okay, I'm going to take Mr. Bettis and then go to Mr.
Hold-
Fortuna. Questions
No,
about processor?
I just want some clarification. What was, I didn't quite hear what you just said. You want questions?
About the process, about what we're trying to
Just
achieve today.
about the goals for today. The goals for today is make sure we understand what the one-time items are that are in the ESSER plan that will be completed by the end of next year. Make sure we have a understanding of the recommended changes that staff is recommending with regards moving from the ESSER into a board priority process. And then the other big piece is I want to make sure the entire board understands and the community understands the scope of the challenge before us, the quality, the amount of dollars it's going to take to keep these goods and services in place, and the potential funding sources that exist, so that we're all on the same page of understanding the gravity of this situation.
Thank you. Mr. Fortuna.
thank you. I just want to make two comments. With respect to the VAPA discretionary monies, and we've spoken to this before. VAPA has traditionally been an easy target when anybody wants money. And we're seeing that with the governor. And it is my hope that this board is not going to play the same old game. And that even though we have the ability to redirect dollars, that we leave them right where they were intended, and that is to leave them with VAPA. So that's number one. Number two, the task that we will have down the road in making significant decisions will be complex. And I would once again put on the table that when we begin to approach those timelines, that we allow for inputs from each of our trustee areas, as opposed to 7 people making the decision. Yes, we are the elected representative for the area, but I don't think my opinion matters without knowing the thoughts of my constituents. So I want to make another pitch for opening up those discussions when the time arrives. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hoffman?
Okay, my issue is that data does not, well, we need more data to make better decisions what we're doing right now.
We have,
And evaluations.
Mr. Bettis, we haven't had the presentation yet.
What?
We haven't had the presentation yet. We're waiting to go through the rest of the slides.
I understand that. Well, I'm saying where I'm come from. Mr. Forcino said what he said. I'm saying what I'm saying. That's what's going to make my decision. And as far as Mr. Hoffman saying that, yeah, it's going to be hard or it's going to be, we're going through this process. You know, we have been in this business, or this district has been in this district of education in this community for many moons. And there should be some evaluation tools in place presently on testing. And we know, and the priority of this funds are geared for low-income students, the students who are disadvantaged, the test scores and all this, and the COVID impact it had on this county. Now that should drive, test scores should drive where we're going to put the money. And if we don't have, you know, we have these big reports here, surveys, but we don't have the, and like Mr. Christina, I agree with you 100% that we need to know the data sets of our districts and where they test within the 3 R's.
Okay, Mr. Bettis, we've heard your comment. We've heard your comment.
I'm still speaking. And we need those test scores to determine and prioritize where our most needs are within our school district. If we don't have that data sets, we have survey, but that doesn't tell me that my district is very poor in reading or writing or whatever language skills.
We actually received that data very recently within the last
Yes,
couple of
but
weeks.
it's
Check your email.
It's not prioritized the highest.
Okay.
It's not ranked.
Okay.
We rank everything else, but we don't rank the schools,
Okay.
poorest performance schools.
Okay.
But and the number of what it calls students that are failing, we don't do that.
Okay,
We
Mr.
don't
Bettis, we've heard your comment. We need to move on and actually hear the data that we're going to share with us. Noted.
Hear you.
Thank
I
you.
hear you.
Thank you.
So one thing just to be clear, when we do the evaluation of these services, some of them will be tied to student test scores. I'll just use one example. We've added campus supervisors to each of our elementary schools. And these folks are providing a very important service at those schools. And if you ask the principals, they can articulate what they're doing that is helpful at the schools. The teachers in the classrooms will be able to speak to what they're doing that's helpful at the schools. The bus drivers, I would imagine, would be able to speak to having an additional person out front to help. Now, those things aren't necessarily going to show up in a test score. So there's a wide variety of goods and services that are here. So there is no one set of data that's going to give the board what they need to make all of these decisions. Some of them will be related to student achievement data for sure, but that won't be all of them. So we just need to make sure there's a breadth of work that's being done, and it's not all reading, math, and English. That's
Well,
what it is.
that's exactly what I'm concerned about. I want services within the classroom directly with those students. We don't see that. You just
You
mentioned
approved
supervisors
the board
and
approved-
janitors. If those supervisors and janitors aren't in the classroom one-on-one with those students who have or
And
two
Classroom
two
8 to
classrooms
15,
below the reading level. I need, as a board member, I need somebody in that classroom.
Okay, Mr. Bettis, you made
results.
your point. We need to move ahead.
You know, I don't, you know.
Mr. Bettis,
And if
we will
you
make.
try to work outside the classroom, I'm not.
well, Mr. Perez, one thing I'll say is you approved the ESSER plan. You voted for the ESSER plan. Right.
I gave you a chance.
That's
I
what,
gave you a chance.
that's what the.
Yeah. I want results in the classroom.
Noted. Can we proceed
I.
with the presentation,
Huh?
please?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so the next piece, and again, this will be hard to read on the slide, but we do have handouts available and the board has some handouts to be able to look in there in the packet. And at the very back of the packet, you'll see the individual slides. So these are the items that are one-time in nature, that are currently in the ESSER plan, that still need to be completed prior to the end of next school year. So the question with the board, as we shared this with our labor partners, was we asked the question, is there anything on this document that a member of the board believed was supposed to be ongoing and not one time in nature? Our agreement, our assessment of this is these were designed to be one time in nature. The one item that is different than that, if you look at item E, which is the air filters, the HVAC filters, we are recommending that stay in place because that is it's better air quality within all of our classrooms. And we can use routine restricted maintenance dollars to be able to pay for that. So that's why you see the $700,000 for that one continuing, but another funding source to be able to do it. So question to the board is there anything on this list that the board thought would be an ongoing piece versus one time in nature?
You know, to me, a lot of this improves school climate. Again, I need programs, academic programs in the classroom. You know, when I read an article, tell parents truth about learning
Mr.
loss.
Bettis, you have to.
You
stick
know,
to the
that's what
agenda.
I want. The survey says parents are concerned about learning loss.
Mr.
So I like
Speak
programs
to
in
the
the
item
classroom.
on the agenda, sir.
I am. But this isn't, there's no, like, you know, I don't see like hiring more teacher aides per classroom.
We haven't gone through all of it
Okay.
yet. This is.
So
this is
on
the
this,
first
I don't
slide.
see that.
So in response to Mr. Hoffman's question, I'm not hearing anyone say there's anything here other than the filter item that we intended to be ongoing or expected to be ongoing.
Okay, so that's, and then I appreciate that. That gives us our first,
I have a question regarding those 350 employees. Where are they at? In the classroom? Or
that's coming next. We're not there
Okay.
yet. So just-
are they in the classroom or?
they're all over the place.
Presentation, let's wait for that part of the presentation
Okay.
and you'll get some more information.
They're all over the place. Okay, so what we're gonna do in this next couple of slides, and this one is a challenging piece of work, and I appreciate everything Ms. Hayes and the rest of the team have done to get this work done. So when we originally built the ESSER plan, there was 385 positions built into it. We built it big and we were shooting for the moon. The reality is there's no way we're going to be able to fill all those positions and do everything that was that we wanted to do in the original version of the ESSER plan. So what we're going to do is we're going to take you through a series of adjustments that are being made or have been made. In some cases, we have found other sources to pay for the position, so they don't need to be In the ESSER, some of the positions were designed to be one time, and that service has been done, so we don't need to continue that. And then at the last piece we'll show is some actual structural changes to 3 of the areas within the ESSER plan where we're making an adjustment to the scope of program based on a change in the service delivery model, based on the reality of being able to find high quality people to be able to fill the position. So we'll walk through each of those, and Ms. Hayes will take us through the next 2 slides.
So in looking at the slide you have in front of you, the labor groups on the far left-hand side, they are acronyms because it wouldn't fit, so I apologize. But those are our labor partners. And as Mr. Hoffman stated, 385 FTE. So those are not people, but FTE, full-time equivalents of what we actually targeted to hire. As we went through and started to implement the program, we were able to find additional funding from other sources for 40 of those FTE. So of the 385, we reduced it by 40 FTE. An example of that is custodians for the COVID cleaning crews that happened on the weekends. We were able to leverage routine restricted maintenance for that portion. So that's part of those 20 FTE you see on that first line for AFSCME. Then going across the one time, these were truly one-time FTE that was needed. As an example, with EGEA, of the 159 FTE in their unit, 15 of those was directly related to our ISP program during the COVID time. And so as students have come back to school, we no longer had a need for those 15 FTE.
Just as, so the virtual academy, one of the things that we did is we didn't have the teachers follow the kids to the virtual academy because there were such small pockets of kids. So we actually used the one-time funding to hire additional people at the virtual academy to run the virtual academy. And as kids transitioned back, we had slots for them to be able to transition back. So that was the adjustment we made.
The other positions in the one-time column, the 3 that are in EGAT, that's our Elk Grove administrative team. Those 3 FTE are directly related to expanded learning. And with the new ELOP program, we were able to pay for those from there. So of the 385, we reduced by 40. We reduced them by another 18. We had revisions where we thought a particular service was going to work, but it didn't. And so we then since realigned into a different type of position in order to run that program. The example of that would be with the NUHW, which is our National Union for Healthcare Workers. That 1 FTE was removed. It was a mental health therapist. And it was determined that a program specialist would have been more effective for the program. So that FTE actually moved up into EGAT. So of those realignments that we've made, we actually added 5.65 FTE. And then we had a new school open. So as Miwok opened, we added 2 FTE, 1 for campus supervisors. And then in EGEA, an example of that would be the academic intervention teacher. We have 1 at every single elementary school. So we added back another 4, and that's going to net us then to 336.65 FTE. Again, those are full-time equivalents. They're not equal to a person. So bringing forward the 336.65 FTE, the vacancies are then listed by our bargaining partners. So we have right now, as of this presentation, 100.398 FTE that are vacant. So what that means is when we say vacant, they're not in position control, but we may be in the process of hiring. So I know people get a little itchy when I say that they're vacant and they're like, no, we just hired. So we do take snapshots at points in time. And so at the point in time we took the snapshot, there's 100.398 FTE. The proposed changes that we want to share with the board today, and one of the commitments we made at a prior board meeting was that we would go back and look at all of the different programs. We want to make sure whoever it is that we are hiring, that we're not causing another hole somewhere else in the organization. An example of that is we didn't want to hire counselors knowing that they would come out of the classroom and we didn't have classroom teachers to backfill. So that's the rationale behind the recommendations today. And we listed them by the bargaining partner that it would impact. So of these 35 FTE we're going to talk about, they are currently vacant positions. So there's nobody in those positions. So there's no risk for anybody being laid off. We have 9 FTE. The classification is a school office assistant 2. We allocated 1 FTE for each elementary site, so a total of 43. We are going to request that we reduce 9 of them. So we have 9 elementary schools that currently either did not have space to put a third body, or they are unable to fill and they're able to meet their needs. Then we have an EGEA. We have.
Which, do you have a list of those schools?
We do.
Okay.
I don't know if I brought it with me. My apologies. I'll have to look. I don't. These not. Yes, we do have a list of those schools.
Is the space an issue
Mr.
throughout?
Bettis, we're going to hold questions until the end.
Hey.
Ms. Hayes, we're going to hold questions until the end. You can
Thank
proceed.
you. So then looking at EGEA, we have TK6 counselors. So that particular item, we intended to have an elementary counselor at each of our elementary sites. That isn't attainable, mostly because the population of people that usually come from a classroom. They're not usually just people we hire from the outside. So we did fill a number of them, but there's 20 that we want to reduce. Again, there's nobody in these positions, so it doesn't affect employees. And then with our Psychologist and Social Worker Association, the PSWA, there's 6 FTE in social workers. And the original plan for our social workers was to deploy 1 social worker at each of the secondary sites. But we have been unable to hire and fill 100% of those. And so the recommendation is going to be to reduce 6 FTE in social worker time. Again, that does not impact any employees. So the recommendation going forward, we feel, administration feels that based on the delivery model that we are currently executing, that these reductions would not change any services right now to students.
So just want to, just for the board, just very quickly. So with the counselors and the social workers, want to make sure we understand before the ESSER plan, we didn't have counselors at the elementary schools. The position didn't exist. There were a couple of grants years ago where we had maybe 6 of them or 7 of them at one time, but we don't have that position generally for our schools. So this new delivery model will be 1 counselor for every 2 elementary schools. So it's not ideal. It's not what we wanted with 1 per, but it's still significantly more service than we've ever had as far as providing counseling services at our elementary schools. But we also think it's an attainable number. Same concept with social workers. We've made an adjustment to the delivery model, and instead of having 1 social worker per middle school, high school, is we will have multiple days of social workers at each of our middle and high schools. And we'll also have the ability where we have more need at a particular school, we can add an additional day or 2 based on the needs of the school. But we believe this adjustment allows us to be more realistic in finding the people, high quality people to do the work. And we've made slight adjustments to the delivery model based on these changes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam President, I do have a list of the schools for the SOAs, if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, the elementary schools that will be releasing FTE is Edna Beatty Elementary, Robert Fite Elementary, Folks Ranch Elementary, Union House Elementary, Arlene Hine Elementary. Oh, and I'm missing the first name on this one. I apologize. McGarvey Elementary, James McKee Elementary, Pleasant Grove Elementary, and Prairie Elementary.
Thank you.
So what we're going to propose today and what you'll see in the next couple of slides, we're proposing to have 301.65 FTE come forward starting July 1 for the 2023-24 school year. And I'm going to pause there and let Mr. Hoffman proceed.
Okay. So Ms. Hayes, if you could slide to slide 10, and then we'll go back to slide 9. So if you look at slide 10, I'd like everyone to take a look at the bottom line underneath the middle column where you see FTE. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page. If you go to the very bottom there, you see the 301.65. So what you see on these two pages are all of the individual positions that make up the 301.65 that we're recommending. The other thing I want to highlight for everybody, if you follow that same line all the way over to the far right of the page, you will see those 301.65 people have an estimated cost of $31.8 million. Big number. Important services, but a large number. If that number was 385, obviously that $31.8 million would be significantly higher. So part of the rationale is trying to get this into a scope from a financial standpoint and from a service standpoint, balancing those two things. And we'll talk about potential funding sources down the road, but even scale back to 301, we're talking about $31.8 million. So if we can slide back to 10. So when we shared this information with our labor partners, and we're doing the same with the board today, what we like you to do is, as you're reviewing these are the recommended positions that would continue for next year. They're funded for next year using ESSER. You'll see there the actual FTE, and I know the board is concerned about making sure that we're clear about where the vacant positions are. If you look at, there is a column there that shows the vacant positions that exist in each of the categories. We want to make sure we're clear about that. And if you go to the bottom of the 301 positions, we go back to the bottom of page 10, you'll see there's 68 current openings. So the 301, 68 remain unfilled at this point, but the vast majority have been filled. So question for the board at this point, and we asked the bargaining leaders the same thing. Are there any positions within these two pages that the board has questions about with regards to an early decision about eliminating something from the list? And that was, we had the conversation with our labor partners, and they didn't see any position. That what they did see says some examples. So I want to highlight this. If you look at page 10, and if you look at items UVW, they're all positions specific to homeless education, supporting homeless education. Well, there are additional funds, and we'll see if this continues, additional funds specifically to support homeless education outside of ESSER and outside of the block grant. So we just want to make sure one of the things that we'll be doing is paying attention to if there's another funding source like we did with RRM for some positions. We will be keeping an eye out if there's a funding source that we'd be able to use outside of the block grant to support it. So just want to make sure these are the positions that are recommended, make up 301 that are funded through the end of next year. And then we have to make a decision about whether we want to commit any longer to those positions. So I'll just open up the conversation.
I see some hands. I'll check with you, Mr. Fortuna. Do you have anything?
Yes. I'm just going to go over ground that I had covered when we first looked at it. And, the presentation itself is clear. I still have questions, and we'll look for data with respect to the equity positions in terms of what is it that they are actually attempting to accomplish, and how we're going to know if they've done that. I have issues with the VPs at the elementary schools, given that the issue of VPs in middle school and high school has been a known issue for a long time by everybody. And we've continued even in this plan to ignore it. And there's no plans to look at it going forward. The one question I have, and it's come up before, When we look at slide 9, once again, EL coordinators at Florida Valley High School. And that was in there because of a preponderance number of kids who needed services, but we have kids who need the services at every single school in the district. And, you know, the questions about, and so what do we do about those kids? And I believe from a position standpoint, I don't have any additional questions with respect to what is listed. I certainly have questions with respect to what's not listed. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani.
Hi, looking down at number 10, this is the one I understand we're on right now. When we look at the Avid positions, I know we have expanded Avid into all of our Title I schools. And so I would just like to explore the idea of having some of that picked up by Title I funding to be able to make it continuing, and the sooner the better, because then we can keep our other things going if it's possible. And I know there's a million rules around title. I taught at Title, I get it. But is that an option? That's my question and my ask for you guys to look into. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson.
I just had a clarifying question on slide number 9, on item B. It shows that we have 9 vacant positions.
Excuse me, Gina. I didn't, what number did you reference?
I'm sorry, slide number 9,
Okay,
item B,
okay, thank
the
you.
3 SOAA or SOA 2 front office staff. It shows that we have 9 vacancies there. But there's also the 9 vacancies. I just want to clarify, those are 2 separate. Those are 9 that we still haven't filled, not the 9 that we're eliminating.
That's correct. So originally that first column that says number of FTE that says 34, it was 43.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Track.
I was just wondering for the VAPA funds, how we're gonna be deciding how much of the funds we're gonna give to each school, because I know some of the schools are gonna be asking for more funds for their VAPA programs. So just wondering how we're allocating that.
Are you speaking to the proposition, when the proposition comes through, or which funding source are you
Which pot
speaking?
of money are you talking about?
On slide, what is it? On slide 5, it says the ESSER 3 plan actions and services. And the arts, music, instructional materials, block grants.
So the discretionary.
So
block.
before there'll be for that particular item, we'll have to create a plan that will have to be board approved. So the board will have input on what that plan looks like.
Oh, so the plan hasn't been made yet.
Plan has not
Okay.
been made. We're not spending those dollars yet. And the one below that is the Prop 28, which is an ongoing funding source for VAPA. But that's actually even a little more complicated because they're actually going to be individual schools potentially coming together as regions to put plans together for those sources. But there's a formula that the state has that will generate the funds for each school. So but that's all work that'll be coming forward. It's not part of today specifically.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Vargas, any questions?
Yes, so I actually wanted to address the specific thing that you brought up, which was the homeless services. And I think obviously if you guys can find funding sources for any of these positions, you know, to make them ongoing, that's awesome. But I do think that, you know, homeless services and the services that we provide to homeless students is a very high need population. And so, you know, to the extent we can prioritize that and make sure that that continues, you know, throughout and becomes a consistent service available to students, I think that's important. One other observation I wanted to make here is just that a lot of, particularly on page 9, I note that a lot of these positions are housed in the FACE office and the equity office. And I think those are 2 very important, as we're discovering, those are 2 very important places. And so I think, you know, as we're going through the process of sort of whittling down and figuring out like, how do we make these ongoing? One thing that is going to be important is, since these offices are relatively new as separate out entities, foundation is important. And if these positions just disappear in 3 years, right, you're essentially crippling those offices. You're making it impossible for them to do their jobs. So to the extent that we can prioritize that as well going forward, I would appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Mr. Bettis, any questions or comments?
Yes, I also agree that the front office staff, school operations, those 9 individual vacant positions should be a priority and funded. We all heard a testimony of our staff coming to the podium right here, stating their predicaments every day. So that should be a #1 priority. Front office staff, that's page 9, number B. And then you go further down on page 9, a very concern about research analysts. I say that data should drive our decisions. We need more reports, actual classroom data sets, all the way to the school, region, okay? Further down on program educator, specialist space, I'm glad you're doing a whole bunch on that area. Newcomer center, that's very good that you have those issues, full-time positions. But when you come down to number M, family community liaisons, 1 per region. Now, which two? Okay, you have 9 of those individual positions. Then you have 2 vacants. Where are those vacant positions at right now?
The Pleasant Grove region and Sheldon. And Sheldon, but both actually have been, are in the process of being
You're
hired.
interviewing.
They've been interviewed and they're in the process of getting hired.
Background investigation. Fingerprinting. All right, very good, excellent. Yes, I know that those again, you know that I support engagement, family engagement, community engagement. So those are very important positions. Equity, coaches, teachers, wellness. We need to deal with the whole child community schools. You know that I support that, but yet I'm very disappointed that our board doesn't do more homework on that issue, that there's millions of dollars and we need those funds within our schools. Also concerned regarding the English language learners program here, you have 1 bilingual teacher associate, and also the coordinators at Florida and Valley High School. What's the latest on that one? Is that being interviewed or fingerprinted?
Sorry, we're going to need you to step up to a microphone. Thank you.
Good morning. Both
morning.
of those coordinator positions are filled for Florin and Valley, and the BTAs we're still currently hiring.
Okay, now, since I have you on the podium there. Now, how are we, what impact is refugees have on our school district? I know there's a whole bunch of them within our county. Sacramento, now, I imagine we're probably receiving federal dollars on those, and so they go within this pot of money also, or will they merge together?
So we have a steady increase of newcomers and refugees, and we were able to hire a program specialist who's specific to supporting that work.
Excellent, very good. So can you tell me today how many of those students have impacted Elk Grove Unified School District? And
What do you mean have impacted? How
I
many,
mean, well, they're
how many have we
joined us,
enrolled?
yes, uh-huh.
It's about 1,300.
Dang. Okay, 1,300. Okay. Very good. That's 1,300. non-English speakers.
Yes, I could give you the exact number.
Okay,
later.
no, that's just an estimate. Yeah, okay. That's students. Okay, very good. Now, well, I could get into the process of educating them later. Then the next page 10,
Thank you.
you have the EL coordinator at secondary schools. You have 3.5 position openings still, or that's in the process. And then you have teacher support needs of secondary. You have maybe 3 positions there.
So I've been working with the secondary ed directors to get those positions filled.
Okay, okay. What is the most challenging to recruit those type of individuals? What is it?
Well, the instructional FTE is for adding additional classes. So newcomer content area classes, and then the coordinator FTE. I know some of it, they were using other funding sources because we give each site's EL supplemental funds and they were using those versus the ESSER ones.
It's not a matter of space in the classroom. It's actual personnel issue.
Personnel, correct.
Okay. You have key site-based desktop support technicians, 5 vacants. Who's that? Thank you very much.
It's Mr. Mate, but I don't see Mr. Mate.
Yeah.
He in the back room, or there he is,
I
magically.
knew I could get you up here. It's T, number T, page 10.
Can you read?
You
it?
have a site-based desktop support technicians, techs.
Yes,
What's the question? sir?
You have apparently right now number 5 vacant positions.
yeah, we are in the process of hiring those right now. I think we've got paperwork in place to get them on board right now.
Now, is there a way we could do some upper mobility within staff to promote them in those type of positions from lower class or lower?
Lots of them are, and now the site, the ones we are hiring are our lower positions of the site-based positions already out there. So there's already we have 1, 2s, and 3s in the
Right.
seniors. So these are ones that we are hiring right now. So
Entry level?
Yeah.
Okay, but is there internal, just like we in the administration staff here, we have a program for them. Do we have a program for techs within our school district to train those within? Like, for instance, somebody in a central office here might want to lateral transfer into a technical support services. Do we have anything like that?
we do not have,
The training and development, like,
we do not have training. So let's say somebody's in the fiscal department and wants to become a technician. We don't have internal trainings to make them be,
no?
we do not have that.
Okay. Okay. And homeless here, you got home, social worker homeless. That one vacancy, what's the present position? Get everybody exercise. Good morning.
Good morning. Currently, just like with all the remaining social worker positions, we are actively looking. We're working with the universities for recruitment. We've gone out to them and are trying to look at even the possibility of some internships so we can get a recruitment base. But we're actively looking for social workers in both our school-based social workers and for the homeless program.
What about the paralegal homeless? Paraeducator, excuse me.
That is been interviewed and in the process.
We have three upcoming employees, huh? Very good, excellent. Thank you very much. School nurses, you do that one too? School nurses. Okay. You got 4 coming, what?
So we work with an outside agency vendor who, when we have a shortage of nurses or LVNs and they supply us, we currently have 4 of those positions that you see there. We have 4 very interested candidates, but they have to do their time with the agency. That time ends in June, so we hope to bring them on in the next school year opens up.
All right. The one I'm most concerned about is on page 10. It's counselors PBS credential at all TK sites. You mentioned, what's that? That's you again. Is that, I think I put a note, was that because of a space or what earlier?
The reason for the reduction or the.
Yes.
Yeah, again, it goes back to the need and trying to find the folks. So there's just a shortage. There's a shortage. This isn't just an Elk Grove thing. There's a shortage of mental health providers, counselors, mental health therapists, social workers across the nation. And so we are, much like we are doing with our social workers, we're working with the universities, my program specialists, and Nicole Brown recently visited Sac State and their counseling program, and we've let them know about these positions. And so we're currently recruiting. We did interview 2, but they were actually seeking positions for next year. So we will hopefully bring them on for next year.
So you any predictions when you might fill those?
I don't think I can predict. I can just tell you, I would hope that we would have all those positions in place by the start of the school year. Well,
Next
we're
year.
actively trying to do that
For
the next school year. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why we made that adjustment, Mr. Perez, from the 43 to the 23, because we think from a programmatic standpoint, 23 is an attainable number. And again, that will give us 1 counselor for every 2 elementary schools. So it's not what we originally intended, but we think that is a goal that we can attain.
Now, the final question, do we do assessment of our current needs in the administrative office?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, I'm reading this article. Federal law requires states to conduct regular assessments of all public students, districts, determine how much data or shared or family services they need. This is the article I told you about earlier. Tell parents the truth about learning loss. So anyway, they says in this document that we need to do, or we do assessments of need. So I was wondering,
Mr. Bettis,
we must have in-house assessments
Mr.
that we
Bettis,
give to the federal government.
Mr. Bettis,
I like to
that
look
does
at.
not pertain to this topic.
Yes,
So,
it is.
so do you have anything else on that?
Assessment of needs.
Understood.
Staff and our
Assessment is
students.
an important topic, but per the
Yeah.
Brown Act, we can only talk about what pertains to this item.
I'd be happy to talk with you about that, Mr. Perez. Let's
Okay.
schedule some time and we'll work through it.
Thank you. So I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues made, the comments my colleagues made. I just want to associate myself with the concern about our most vulnerable. But of course, if you look down this list, almost all of these services are for our most vulnerable by design. I want to add a little bit of context. I want to make sure folks understand that the vacancies, we knew from the outset that recruitment was going to be a challenge when the federal government gave school districts money for the exact same purposes. So we were all trying to hire the exact same kind of people, knowing going into it that the market does not produce these kinds of professionals in the numbers that we need them. So thank you for the responses to questions about the efforts being made already to hire. And the proposal that was made, the downsizing, if you will, on slide 8, those are the places where we have found that we cannot hire the people that we need in the numbers that we need. So we are changing our plan, and that's really what staff is putting before us today. Anything I've missed? Anything else you need, Mr. Hoffman?
Not yet. So one thing I just want to make sure, so the buckets that we're covering today, the first one was the one-time bucket. We all agreed on what the one-time items. And then these are the positions, the people that we are recommending continue through next year. And ideally, we'll have a conversation about whether we want to fund them longer than that. So the third bucket is what we'll look at next. And the third bucket, these are the non-personnel services and things that we're doing with regards to our ESSER plan currently. And these are all funded again through the end of next year. I will take you again, go to the second page of this. So this is page 12. I do want to get to the bottom line. So if you go to the bottom of the chart, you will see in the far right, there's $16.1 million in these items that are non-personnel that we think are critical and are valuable to our schools and to our children. So if you take that $16 million and you put it together with $32 million before, you get to a number of $47.8 million, which is what the need is on an annual basis to keep all of these people and services in place. So that's the scope of the challenge that's before us that I want to make sure everyone is aware of. So we're being very transparent about what it is that we're all dealing with together to work through this. So if you slide back to page 11 and 12, again, these are the items. Some of them are services, some of them are physical things. And we're still working through the list. So there may be a few more of them that end up being one time in nature. But as we're sitting here today, these are things that we plan on keeping in place through next year. And then we'll have a conversation about, how we might deal with these down the road. But right now, the question to the board is, does the board understand these are one time in nature? They are goods and services, and they are right now set to expire at the end of the 23-24 school year. And there will be time, and we will talk about a timeline about making decisions about if any of these will continue. But just want to make sure folks are clear about what the additional items, non-personnel, that are being done in our schools and the value of these particular services. It's a lot.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's see. Let
Yes,
me go, hold on, Mr. Bettis, you will wait to be recognized. Thank you. I actually was going to start with you, so go ahead.
Page 11. Outside agency district created reset support for more structured SEL focused research. Can you tell me a little bit more what that is? Or not clear on?
Is your microphone on, Mr. Bettis?
Oh.
Thank you.
Item page 11.
Right.
It's AR Plan Section 1, outside agencies, district created recess support, MTSS.
Yeah, so we can give you a more detailed report, but sorry.
Ms.
Chris,
Albiani has a response.
On my visits to the elementary schools, I saw these employees and I spoke to the principals about them and the teachers about them, and they are over the moon. They are out there organizing tennis matches. They are out there organizing Foursquare tournaments. They are having the time to talk to a kid when they're truly upset. And they are being a check-in at recess for kids to have a successful recess, a high five, we're going to have one, a high five, I had one. As a teacher in my past, your kids leave your classroom for recess and you have to have that time. I mean, for physical necessities, keep kids in, do things. Mr. Press, you asked a question and I'm trying to answer you and you seem to be ignoring me, sir.
No, I'm listening. I wasn't at the care too. I thought I was. And I'm just requesting more clarity and,
Trying to provide it. If you just give her a chance.
Okay.
Give her a chance.
So I think from what I saw, that was something that was highly appreciated and was told to me by multiple different employees on the campus. The teachers felt like they could send their kids out for a successful time that ended up with physical activity that didn't come back in with crises they had to deal with that happened at recess. The recess, there's still recess staff out there. So there was additional people organizing things. They were able to do things at recess. You can't just let a kid go do. You can't have a kid have a tournament without some sort of adult to be in charge of it. And you needed enough bodies to have people do that. And so I'm just wanted to share with you my experience on that. It really has been, it was transformative from what I saw and what I heard from the people.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani. Mr. Bettis, was that it?
No.
Yeah, I think the things that Ms. Albiani spoke to, actually observing this is a organized set of structured activities and supports for kids during recess, which is one of the times in an elementary school setting where the kids can just go a little bit wild. And so now having additional beyond the campus supervisor that's on campuses now that wasn't there previously. We have yard duties that, but before it was relatively few people trying to manage, all the kids that are at recess. Now with this additional resource in place, there are structured supports in place, trained people that know how to, if a kid does have a blowout of some kind during a ball game, there's an opportunity to be able to interact with that student prior to them returning to the classroom, so the student's ready to learn when he or she gets back to the classroom. So we certainly have evaluations to do to determine the value of this long term. But as Ms. Albiani spoke to, the early indicators from the folks that are observing these services is that they are of great value.
Okay, and that's only K to 6 or what?
Yeah, we only do recess K to 6, so.
Oh, well, that's what I was wondering.
Recess during my dates.
I've, here's my experience on that one. Now, I support this 100% because, and this is the morning recess, noon recess, and after school recess or what?
Really have an after school recess.
But no, I mean, like activities.
But recesses during the day, we have our after school programming.
Right, okay,
But these are the recesses during the day.
okay. But no, the most experience like 7th, 8th grade, we had structured recess or lunch activities. And I support that 100%. These students,
Let's stick to the item in front of us, please.
I'm talking about recesses.
You're talking about something
My
outside of the
experience
scope
with
of this
That
item.
this is not
There's other resources that we have. This was specifically because for recess at the elementary schools. The additional social workers, that we have at the middle and high schools, we focus them at the middle and high schools. So there's different resources available at the different levels, but this particular service is specific to our elementary sites.
elementary.
Yep.
And can you give me an example of what activities?
We just got those.
No.
examples. Okay.
Again, they do structured actual games and play that
Games?
they do. So we can give you a more detailed report on all of it, but there's a wide variety of activities that are done.
Yeah, we're not going to answer questions that were just answered, Mr. Pettis. So any
No, that's clarification. What is time sheet work at TK 6 sites at the K1 level on? And if you look at that one and some other one, explanations or something's cut off on the report or like for instance, timesheet work at TK 6 sites and the K1 level on
One,
what?
level one. So it looks like the E may have gotten knocked off.
level 1, sir.
Excuse me?
It says level 1, sir.
Where?
That's what was cut off.
On should be a one, I believe.
Oh,
It just-
okay, it should be O-N-E.
It just didn't fit in the cell.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. I wasn't sure it was, okay. Because there was another one there too, like number 3, professional learning and development for school improvement. Okay, that one's okay. But there's another one like that. So,
Sometimes
what
in
is
the
that?
spreadsheet.
What is that? What's costing so much on that issue? $1 million.
I can't speak specifically to that. Miss Avy, if she's available, she can help you with those.
Yeah, because I think we have a new attendance sheet or program that we implemented in the school district. Is this part of this or an update?
So what that is we provide every year to all of our site administrators at the elementary level, they submit a budget. And they submit a budget for timesheet work. So that could be staff who's employed with the district who are off contract, or it could be substitute teachers. And they push in and provide specific support to K1-2 classrooms that's focused around ELA. So it's specific to foundational skills. We've provided guidelines for it. It may be an opportunity for them to work with a small group on sounds, word recognition. It could also be helping to monitor the larger group while the teacher is the one who is actually providing the instruction, working with other students. And so it's provided the sites flexibility because teachers don't necessarily need that type of push and support all day long, but they're able to target, hire somebody for 3 or 4 hours during the day and support those grade levels specific to our goals around early literacy And it's helping us provide that intervention at the early age. So when they're leaving the K-2 arena, moving into third grade, that they have the necessary skills.
This is kind of specific to what you were asking for before. So where are there examples of things that we're doing that are pushing directly into the classrooms?
Right.
This is one of those examples.
So why are we spending more money in this area? I support this issue very much because it's great. Now, is this enough?
It's actually perfect because
Uh-huh.
what we found is the conditions that we're in right now, just education in general, finding somebody who you hire on a full-time basis is much harder, but finding retired teachers, teachers off contract, some really highly qualified substitutes, it can be paraeducators or teachers who push in, it provides just the right amount of flexibility that a site needs to have those additional hands
Mhm.
in a classroom. So funding wise, the amount is spot on. If anything, we would do an analysis over the 3 years to find out if we asked for too much. But
No.
the type of support is really appropriate.
Well, what year is this, the second year?
This is the second year.
So is there analysis evaluation going on this program?
So there's a couple of things we're looking at. So because we have our K1 to interims that are really specific to foundational skills, we're able to, and we do see it, we're seeing amazing growth with the skills that students are obtaining at an earlier age. But we also have a lot of anecdotal data because I can run into teachers. I also get a lot of emails from those K1 to teachers thanking us, the district, making it a priority because they're able to have that extra time with these young students that they wouldn't typically have. So I think that piece about having a formal way to evaluate it, I think we'll have some good anecdotal data to show that it's, and some numerical data that will be able to show that it's a benefit to students.
Well, that's exactly what I support 100%. I'm glad that I asked this question and I seem either more pressed or some outcome study or any information you can provide this board that this program right here of this process is helping our classroom students and teachers.
We'll continue working on that. That's our
Okay.
goal, is to hopefully provide that type of data.
Congratulations.
Great, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, sir. Mr.
That's
Var-
it.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas, any questions, comments on this? Thank you, sir. Mr. Track? Okay, Ms. Jamerson.
Hi, I actually have two questions for Ms. Lavasser, I believe. The first is, what is FTAT, those meetings?
Is there a line item here?
Sorry, slide 11, and we are looking at item AZ, BA, and BB.
So that's an acronym for Family Teacher Academic Teams.
Perfect, thank you. And then I did have a question about the items AV, AW, AX. And those are the Student Equity Councils, professional development. And then there are school equity grants, and it says equity planning, and then there's another one that says equity professional. And so if you could just clarify those three items. I don't know if that's for you or for Mr. Booker.
I'm going to turn that over to Mr. Jones.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Good morning.
So can you repeat the exact?
Yes, sorry. On slide number 11, item AV, AW, and AX. AV says PD. Is that for our, it says Student Equity Council's operations PD. Is that for our staff? Is that?
So AV says Student Equity Council Operations.
Mhm.
Is that, so every comprehensive high school, most of the middle schools and we're even working at some of the elementary schools to have Student Equity Council. So that is money that helps them to be able to address the equity issues that they identify.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the equity councils, but this says PD. So is this PD, professional development for
For the Student
staff.
Equity Council,
or the students?
for the advisor specifically, and for the students in the Student Equity Council.
Okay, both. And then the two items underneath that are school equity grants, two different ones. And one says equity planning and the other one says equity professional. So are these for grants that the equity councils can apply for from the equity office at that school for different events that they're hosting and different professional development?
So these are actually equity grants for the school. So the site administrator would be able to submit a plan for what they want to address, equity issues they want to address. Typically, it's for, staff facing,
Okay.
even though it could be to support students as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That's all the questions I had for equity. And then just to plug, I see that one of the largest, most expensive items on here are the Chromebooks, which is obviously a necessity. And I'm glad that we're able to provide new ones. Just received the ninth grader's newest Chromebook. The other one was on its last leg. So I appreciate that we've been able to take the best practices out of COVID and continue with using our Chromebooks and doing some of that online learning in addition to what's taking place in the classroom. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Ms. Albiani, anything?
Hi, I had on my list, the same items that Mr. Perez had highlighted, AL for the timesheet work, which I've seen and heard great things about. AR for the recess support, which was greatly appreciated, and I think has a great impact on the elementary school. I do have one question about AS, field trips, funds for virtual trips, funds for sixth grade. Is there anyone that can speak to that?
MTSS, who can address that? Slide 11.
I'm on page 11. If we can't address that today, I'd like to get forwarded with that, further
We can
explanation.
follow up specifically. Ms. Graywall is actually on a well-deserved vacation, so she's not here today. We can follow up with that.
Okay. Then when I look at Student Equity Council operations at $100,000, I'm going to say that seems very generous. My student served on the Academic team for Pleasant Grove High School and had a hard time getting the photocopies made needed to study his work. So I have no issue, and I'm a huge supporter of equity. I don't want that taken the wrong way. I think I've established those credentials here. But I would like to see going forward a justification of that and how it is used. It does seem high to me. And I think I'll leave that at that. The same for, I'm very interested in how they are using their grants. I'm happy that we are allowing each site to see what they need and to apply for that. So I think that is important. But as I said, we'll see this in a lot of places. I think $100,000 to operate that seems high to me. So that would look for some justification. And then when we go to BO, I'm switching to page 12. I appreciate our staffing's going down for COVID. We're cutting that in half. Then tutoring services for homeless. Are we going to stop that, Mr. Ross? What happens there? Or do we feel they get brought in with school tutoring services at this point? I was just wondering how that happens. That's BO for the public.
That's a really good question. So we originally were looking at a contract with an outside agency that we had used in prior years with foster youth. It's just that agency was not meeting the needs of our students. And so we decided not to go in that direction with the homeless youth. At the same time, as we brought in our AITs to support, we built actually a better tutoring process with the staff that's at the current site. So kids are working with the AIT is connecting with the school, the teachers and the staff there to provide the support through expanded day and stuff like that. So it's more connected to that school site.
To on-site, which is a better way to serve them. I agree. Thank you very much. And that is all for my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Albiani. Mr. Fortuna, anything?
I have no new questions.
Thank you, sir. My questions have been covered by my colleagues. Thank you. Mr. Superintendent.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to my original things that I wanted to cover with the board today. So first one, we have agreed upon what are the one-time items that are there and we'll take care of to the end of next year. We have shared the proposed changes moving from ESSER to the new funding model, going from the 385 positions to the 301 positions. We've outlined what those positions are and where they're serving. And so I want to just make sure you look at the bottom of slide 12, you see the $47.8 million. That's the cost per year to keep all of these things in place. They're in place for next year. And the question is, do we want to look at opportunities to make any of these one-time funded longer than that? So Ms. Hayes, if we can slide back to slide number. Slide number 3. So we have about a $95 to $96 million need if we were to keep all of these items in place for an additional 2 years beyond next year. If you look at the funding sources that are on page 3, you'll see the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, $72 million. And so that, that's not enough to cover all of these, obviously. There is, Mr. Forcina, is the Art, Music, and Instructional Materials Block Grant that does have some flexibility, and there's currently $37 million there. Now that's also the one that is proposed to potentially be reduced by the governor. So there's a little bit concern, but the way it sits now, there's potentially $109 million between those two funding sources to be able to cover $95 to $96 million worth of need. The board in the past, and I want to make sure we're working through as the new composition of the board, has always prioritized people over programs and things. So one of the pieces that we shared with the labor union leaders, and they were supportive of the idea, was to make their recommendation to the board, and the staff recommendation to the board is that we would use 64 million of the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant to be able to cover the people for the 2 years beyond next year. So we're covered through 23-24. We'd be able to do this 24-25, 25-26. Some advantages of that. One is we want to be able to hire these people, and we're in prime hiring season now. What would be helpful is when we are looking for social workers, as an example, that we could tell the social workers that these are multi-year funded positions. They're at least funded for 3 years, and the board will, if we can prove the value of them, the board will look to fund them longer. But they're 3-year positions versus the way we're currently funded without having that direction from the board. When we advertise this spring, what we have to say is the positions are funded through the end of next year, and then we don't have a funding source beyond that. So the other challenging piece that's going on right now is if we're, as we listen to what's going on at the state level with regards to revenues continue to drop at the state level. We do have concerns about what the actual budget will look like when it's finalized in June from the governor. So this would, and one of the advantages is we're just about done, but we're going to have 2-year agreements with all of our labor partners. So we're not going to have to do additional negotiations next year. So if we were able to commit the 64 from the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, make it easier to hire those folks, and then for the fall, we really get an opportunity to take a time out and really take a look at what was in the governor's budget. Did the legislature and the governor make any adjustments to the second block grant? And then we can make some decisions in the late fall with regards to the program services kinds of things, if there's an ability to do those beyond next year. But if the board is willing, we can bring this back to the board for as well. But one of the opportunities we did with the labor units, they were comfortable making a recommendation that as soon as possible, giving direction to make the positions covered for the following 2 years. So that's the conversation with the board. It's not a vote. It's not an action item. But we did want to provide that opportunity, similar to what the board did with the last time we did a presentation, and they gave us direction to move forward with any leftover funds from ESSER to start funding the Extron project, which gave us time ahead of time to get that project planned, and now it's just about ready to go. This would also get us ready for the spring and the hiring season. So.
Okay, colleagues, I'm just looking to see if I need to go down the line, but go ahead, Ms. Jamerson.
I fully support people over things. My question is, if we make some of those people ongoing, but then we don't support some of the program funding, what happens to the people?
First of all, I want to make sure we're not asking for ongoing, because we want to make sure we're really clear. We're not going to ask for ongoing funds until we bring you back data to support it. But what this does is it allows us to hire the folks, and I think we'll have a better time hiring the people into those positions. The stuff and is still in place through next year, and we will have time next fall to make a determination if there's an additional funding source to have those things taken care of to go along with it. But prioritizing people versus the things and programs, that's been the board's direction traditionally.
Okay, yeah, and I fully agree in terms of hiring. That's it. We have so many vacancies. We need to make hiring a priority to fill these vacancies. And the way to do that is to provide folks with that security of knowing that they have a position beyond 1 year. So I agree with that.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Mr. Fortuna, did I see a hand?
Yeah, when we initially addressed ESSER, I was not in support because I felt very strongly that there were structural issues with it. Those issues continue with what's been presented today. I certainly understand what was presented today, but in no way do I support it.
Can you clarify those issues, please, to me or fellow board members?
I don't think we have enough time.
We got time for students. That's my,
Yeah. Number one, and I understand that planning has gone forward with the thought in mind, people first, and we have never taken time to go back and look at that. We add people without data that supports both the initial position as well as the maintenance of the position. And then we say people first. Maybe not, but we don't discuss that. As I had said in my previous comments with respect to staffing, I think there are a number of areas that were not given consideration when they should have. And I don't want to embarrass anybody. And so I would be more than happy to share those with you, Tony, but I don't want to put the names on the table. I don't want any, I don't want to do that. I think that in a couple of the areas, we were excessive in the number of positions that the board authorized with no knowledge at all with respect to what the intent was for the position. And now we're just being asked to continue supporting something that the board supported 2 years ago without justification. One of the biggest issues, Tony, is that when the plan came forward with with 383 positions, they came forward with no plan at all with respect to how would we address the issues of maintenance at the end of the line. Now, certainly Chris has indicated that he's not going to ask for any positions beyond going without data. But we didn't even have any data when we authorized the positions. We certainly don't have any today when we're being asked to continue them and make modifications. The amount of money that's on the table for the maintenance of those positions, you know, is money that unless the legislature were to give us additional dollars in form of a COLA, we don't have the money to support it in the future without eliminating programs and services. But with the caveat that people first, that becomes a limiting process. If you take a look at where you're going to make reductions, then you look at the entire organization, and the people first doesn't work for me. It never has, never will, because you need to look at the impact of a decision and its totality. Tony, I could go on and on and on. I just see it structurally flawed. I have no clue with respect to what the parameters are for assessment that'll come forward with respect to support for continuance. There are programs and services that I think were woefully ignored, and they are continuing to be ignored. I have to vote no. Well, it's not a vote today, but my thoughts are no.
Well, thank you very much,
Forcina.
Mr. Forcina. I respect you. You know
Mr.
that
Pettis,
you're the master
Your time, Mr. Pettis.
of.
Mr. Pettis.
Well, we're having a conversation. This is discussion and a workshop, so we could discuss back and forth our feelings and clarity, how he feels.
You can't.
And this is
Through the chair, Mr. Pettis, you can ask to be recognized like everybody else.
good for the board.
Would you like to be recognized, Mr. Pettis?
Oh, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And you know, I came here for the workshop to discuss these issues and these feelings. I feel the same way. But yet, you know, we're get cut short of expressing ourselves or asking questions or clarifying this or that. We need to sit down to prioritize these fundings. And yes, I am worried about, you know, these people that we hired in 3 years from now or 2 years from now, there might not be monies. So, and I'm worried about the academic impact that we're having on our students. And to me, again, students are first, you know, and academic outcomes and data to make those decisions that have the impact in that classroom. And I'm glad, and we should have making more time for Forcina to express themselves, because I feel the same way. But yet, why we cut short these issues? Why, you know, do you have to go
No
someplace?
one's cutting it short. He wasn't going to speak, but you asked him and he spoke. No one.
On his mind, and that is probably the same thing I have on my mind, that the financial impact of these programs and hiring impact, the personnel issues, what might happen to these individuals does concern me. So I'm leery about, you know, these things.
Me too. That was the point of today, is to make sure we all understand the gravity of the situation in front of us. That was the purpose of today.
And the number one concern I have, what programs have the most academic impact in that classroom with that student? You know, and prioritizing, looking at this. You know, yes, I mentioned earlier, school climate is a very good thing that we should have in every school, the recesses and all that, you know, when you see a student ill or sick or mentally acting out, we need to deal with that at recess and beyond that. So, you know, that's what my concerns are about.
Understood.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. I want to remind everyone who's part of this conversation that This isn't a situation of our own making. Mr. Hoffman would be the first to tell us, what's the saying? We don't buy things that eat with one-time money. We would never be so fiscally irresponsible as to put ourselves down this own road of bringing in people to serve our children without knowing that we can pay them for more than 1 year or more than 2 years. Those were the conditions of the state and federal money that we received. We were required to do specified things with them, and we were required to do them in a timeline that did not allow for some of the activities that folks have mentioned here. So I just want to be really clear that those decisions or those constraints did not come from this district. And voting no on how we spend that money changes none of that. So folks are of course welcome to do that, and we're not voting today, as was noted. But in terms of guidance, I also agree and understand that the types of specialized individuals and professionals that we are trying to hire to provide these services to these children are not really compelled by a job that only exists for 1 year. So it is critical, if we're going to have any success at all in any of these services, that we be able to hire folks for 2 to 3 years. So as long as possible right now. So as far as guidance is concerned, I support the proposal, Ms. Albiani.
I support the proposal as well. I think our original plan had staff, public input. It was done in a quick fashion. It was done in a very stressful time. I happened to be president at that time. I think we've been able to do some things that were just dreams. We've had summer schools that we had a report on this summer school. I thought that sounds amazing. We'll never be able to afford that. COVID hit. We've had 2 years of the most amazing summer schools ever and have just helped kids heal. So we've seen many good things come out of this. It came out of an emergency crisis. I think asking for data is very important. I think including public comment when it is appropriate in that evaluation is very important to me and everyone on the board. So, and I think we can't not do something because we're afraid of what's going to happen in 2 years. I think if COVID taught us nothing, things change quickly. And at this point, this is our best we can do this is what we feel is the best for our students and us using it all responsibly to help our students. And we need to go forward with that. So I think there are some hard decisions ahead of us, but I do support trying to get these difficult positions filled and for the long term, for the short term.
Mr. Fortino,
Yeah, I'd like clarity on a comment.
is your mic on, sir? Are you close to it?
It's on. I'd like clarity on a comment, Beth, that you just made. And you said, you talked about public comment when appropriate. When is public comment not appropriate?
I do not believe Mr. Mate's people on campus needs to be included in a survey when we're talking to our parents. When it is something that there are parts that I don't think things that happen in a high school need to be commented by an elementary school. I mean, there's some basic audiences for a service. That's what I mean.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Hoffman.
Did Mr. Vargas get a chance to speak to it?
I don't have anything to add. Everybody has said everything. The only piece that I would poke on is assessment, and my understanding is that that is part of the plan going forward. Is that, you know, part of the reason why we're doing this is so that we can get real data when it's time to make these things ongoing. So that is the only thing I will add.
I was going by hands, but Mr. Track, anything? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. We're done, sir. Everybody's spoken. No, you also spoke.
I'll speak to Mr. Forcina, clarification. I need right now, you mentioned, Mr. Hoffman, that we have approximately $48 million for these projects right here, these programs, correct?
47, 48, yes.
And you mentioned that we could on page 3 of all those funding sources, we could use some of that monies for these these programs on page 11 and 12.
That's
And you
correct.
and then you mentioned learning recovery emergency block grant one time where I could cover the whole thing, right?
No, can't cover the whole thing.
They can't
Not
because
for,
of the guidelines.
not for a 2-year period. Because if you take the 47, 47 is for 1 year.
Okay,
So it's about 95, $96 million over a 2-year period.
right.
So, well, what the idea was, because the people is a $31 million, $32 million 1-year concept, a $64 million for 2 years, that we have the dollars in the learning recovery emergency block grant to make the commitment for the people for the additional 2 years funded one time, so that as we hire this spring, we can let folks know that this is more, the positions are available for more than 1 year. So that would be the helpful piece. And then in the fall, once we get the governor's budget, we know exactly what's happening with the second block grant. If there's other funding available, then we can make some decisions about the non-people items that we shared today. But there's not a need to move forward with those right now because they're funded through the end of the year, and they're not contingent upon hiring people and, and sharing with people that it's a 3-year commitment versus a 1-year commitment.
Okay, do you have a list of those personnel people totals and the project?
We
Okay.
just shared.
Okay, yeah. This one, you have that
There.
right here.
All the whole $32 million worth, every one of those people is listed there.
Okay,
All
okay,
this-
that's right. You had one by personnel and one by a program.
personnel,
Okay,
yes.
yeah. What I'm thinking is on these page 11 and 12, what of all those personnel and projects, non-personnel projects, do you have, or the staff have any idea or what they could fall in within page 3?
Yes, that's what we're saying, that we can use the block grant to be able to fund those. That's what that's the intention of the block grant. And it's in your packet.
Right.
It spells out very quickly or very clearly what the governor intended with the use of those funds. The Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant was designed and provided to schools to extend the services that
Right.
school districts develop through their ESSER planning. And that's why, in my opinion, why they're not asking for an additional plan
Mhm.
for that block grant, because the expectation is districts will look at what they're currently doing and use these dollars to extend those services.
But you said that 72 would not cover those 2 years. So I'm wondering what of those page 11 and 12 personnel and non-personnel would fall into those other funding sources.
Mr. Bettis, that's what we've been discussing for the
Okay.
last almost.
Do you have a diagram or Excel sheet that has that, or
And
you
if
can probably
you look at
visualize that?
if you look at pages 10 and 11,
Right,
those are the people in a spreadsheet format.
right.
We're recommending that all of those positions be funded for an additional 2 years using the Learning and Recovery Emergency Block Grant. That would
Okay.
still leave some funding in that category
Hmm.
to be able to apply towards the non-employee costs. But our recommendation right now is to not move forward with making anything beyond next year for the non-people,
Mhm.
because we'll have time in the fall. We'll have the governor's real budget. We'll know exactly what's going on, because the governor's budget is going to be very challenging this year. The revenues are down, but because of the rains and the disasters that happened earlier this year, they've actually kicked back when people have to file their taxes to October instead of April. So even they're going to have an estimated dollars that they're expecting, but they're not actually going to know some of the dollars that are going to come in until October. So that's why the ability to take care of our people up front, take a time out, see what the governor's budget looks like in June. Then we can make a determination with regards to the non-employee components of this plan, because we'll have time to do that. So that's really the focus of today.
Yeah, but So what I'm looking at, you say that the three, ESSA three, one time, are we gonna spend that 107 million
We will
next
spend,
year?
well, by the end of next year.
23, 24.
Yes, sir. We're not giving any of that money back. And that's why the board gave us direction. Any dollars that we're unable to spend because we haven't filled positions,
Mhm.
the board gave us direction to focus on the extron process for our schools, the central kitchen, and curriculum adoptions. The board already gave us that direction.
So why aren't we using that money versus the emergency block grant?
Because
Or
we've
at least
already
part of-
given direction for how to spend that money. We
What?
can't spend the same dollar twice, Mr. Pettis.
What?
We've already given direction for how to spend that money.
107?
Yes, sir. You've
We
been.
will expend the entire 107. We can't
Or
spend
23, 24?
correct. We can't spend, if we don't spend it by June of 24, we have to give it back. So we have a plan in place to make sure those funds are fully expended based on direction from the board.
So your plan or your recommendation using learning recovery emergency block grant monies? What is
Yes,
this
to keep,
30?
to extend the time frame with regards to the positions that we shared today, pages 10 and 11, for an additional 2 years. One time.
One time.
We're not ready to make ongoing decisions yet.
Are you done, Mr. Pettis?
Okay, I just want to make it clear.
Okay, appreciate it. I think we're done, Mr. Hoffman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, we have concluded with that item. I'm going to call a 10-minute break before we come back for the facilities update. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene. One second. Thank you. So we're going to reconvene, and I want to make a brief announcement that there will be a public comment opportunity for the consent agenda. I can't predict exactly when it will come up. Our best guess is that it's going to be around 1 o'clock this afternoon after the lunch item. So just wanted to, as best we can, give folks an idea of what to expect so they can plan around that. So the next item on our agenda is the facilities update. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Lavasser. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
No, Madam President, we do not have any blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Coates. We're looking forward to your update.
All right. Well, good morning, Madam President, Trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, the staff and public. Excited to be here to provide a facilities update. I understand it's been really a few years and there's been a lot of work done over the last several years. What today is going to consist of is our Chief Facilities Officer, Susan Bell, coming up. We've got the awesome facilities staff here in the audience as well. And this is going to be the first presentation of a series over the next 12 to 15 months, knowing that we need to report out on what has been happening in facilities. And then coming late summer, diving into our facilities master plan, knowing that that's going to need an update over the next 12 months. So without further ado, I'll bring in Sue Bell.
Good morning. It's been a while, so there's a lot of items to cover. And so I've got I did a little outline of what we're going to try to cover today. Quickly, we'll go through School Facilities 101. And that's just to get you up to speed on some of the acronyms that I might use and that you'll need to be familiar with. We're going to then go through the highlights of how we selected some of the projects that we've done. We're going to talk about the Prop 39 projects, some of our modernization projects, repair projects, the CTE projects, our new construction projects and district-wide initiatives, and some of our upcoming work. Now, when the COVID hit us, I think everyone kind of stopped for a moment and we all stood there sort of staring at each other thinking, hey, this is great. There's no students, no staff on site. And that allowed us to really get going on some of these projects. We no longer had to consider that it needs to be a summer project only. We don't have to worry about doing it after hours. So in a way, it was a huge boon for us. And they're not smiling. We actually kind of enjoyed it. And we're probably the only people in the world that will ever say COVID was great for us. Okay, looking at school facilities. We've got a couple of different things. The acronyms that you'll see there's a few things that we really have to work with, and that's OPSC. OPSC is the funding, we submit our projects to OPSC for funding. And those programs are new construction, modernization, charter schools, critically overcrowded schools, joint use projects, and facility hardship projects. Most of our projects that we've done recently have been either a new construction project or modernization project. And we submit those, once we've done our work, we submit those to the state and ask for funding on those. Now, the organization that oversees them is the SAB, the State Allocation Board. And they are the ones who are responsible for determining the allocation of state resources, such as state general obligation bonds and other state funds. And they're also the policy level body that oversees the programs. Then we've got CDE, which is the California Department of Education. And when we start a project, early in the project, we submit to CDE for their approval for things that apply to Title V. which relates to exactly how a school should function. They're looking for site issues, whether the site criteria match what they think we should. They're looking for the number of bathrooms in relation to the population, those kind of things. That's another agency that we have to deal with. Another organization that we deal with a lot, and you'll hear DSA often. All of our projects go through DSA as long as they hit a certain threshold. If the, I'm feeling like I'm going to bore you with too many details. The projects that have a threshold of, I think it's about $165,000, and it changes from year to year. Those do not have to go through DSA. DSA looks at a project on the basis of structural review, fire and life safety, and access compliance. Most of our projects, if they require access compliance, we do send them through to DSA. Next item you'll want to know about is CMAS, and you'll see projects that'll come through from the facilities department, and we are using a CMAS mechanism to get those approved. What that is it is a vendor can go in and apply for a CMAS agreement, and that gets them to where they state that whatever product they're supplying, say it's carpet, they will say our carpet will be provided to a school district or other entity that wants to use a CMAS, and they will have a guaranteed maximum price. Now, you don't have to pay that. You can negotiate with the vendor to get that price lower if you want, but that's what CMAS is about. CUPCA is the California Uniform Public Construction Cost Accounting Act. And if you remember back, for those of you who were board members at the time, we went through the process to adopt CUPCA. And prior to that, any project that we did that exceeded $15,000 had to be publicly bid. With CUPCA, we're able to go up to $65,000. We maintain a list, and if it's a small project, then we can, from our list, contact different vendors in that trade and ask them for a price. $65,000 is a huge difference between $15,000. So that has actually freed us up to do some of these smaller projects without having to bid every single one of them. Then there are other levels of the Cost Accounting Act that come into play, and they affect how we bid the projects. Next one is lease-back. That's another word that you'll hear often as we do projects, because it's a delivery method that we like to use when we're doing some of our bigger projects. The school facilities program, that is the program, that's SFP, and that's the program that enables us to do these projects. And those go back to the new construction grants, the modernization, the charter schools. GO bond, that's a general obligation bond, such as our Measure M. The COC, Citizens Oversight Committee, and that is a group that we have that oversees how we're expending our funds with our GO bond Measure M. Design Build, DB, Design Bid Build, and I'll explain these a little bit more on the next slide. And COE, the County Office of Education. Okay. Now, a couple of delivery methods that you may hear as we do some of our facilities projects. The first one is construction manager at risk. That is when the construction manager works for the district and then oversees the subcontractors. It's very much like having a general contractor. So they take on that role, and they also take on the risk of the project. That's not a method that we've employed much here. Then there's design, build, bid, build. This is one that you will see pretty frequently within our district, and we use it pretty frequently on projects that are sort of simpler, like a roofing project. One trade, pretty easy to have, straightforward. It gets designed, it's put out to bid, contractors come in and bid, we select the general contractor from there, and it's lowest bid. And then we're required to take the lowest bid. There is no option. Lowest bid wins it. And that can go great, and sometimes it doesn't go quite so well. Design build is when we have the district and the architect work together, and then there is a design build entity that is brought on. And in our district, what we would do is we would select by an RFQ process to bring on that design build entity. Then that design build entity works with the architect, or works with us and the architect to develop a project. Yes, sir.
I apologize. Really quick clarification question. On slide 7, you said in a design bid build, you have to take the lowest bid. But in number on page 8 to design build, you take the best value for the school. Are those the same thing, or is there a difference?
There is a difference. Okay, if it is put out for bid, publicly bid, everybody in the world who's looking at our projects can participate in that if they have the right licensing. They bid it, we accept bids on a particular time. And whoever is the lowest bidder is the one who we select. Now, with design build, we may have we have the RFQ process where we are going to select the design build entity, which would be, sometimes a design build entity could be a contractor who comes with an architect. Sometimes we can select the architect and then put them together. Now, the best value is by bringing those people together, right? And then when they are ready to put the project out, as we do it, we would have that contractor put out the project to bid, and he then selects the contractors that he wants to work with, the subcontractors he wants to work with. Now, because they're on board already, we don't necessarily have to take the lowest bid.
I see.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because he's then he's getting several different subcontractor bids. When we do the design bid build process, it's going to usually be a very select group of bidders. We're going to know in advance who they are, because they usually come to our pre-bid walks. And when it's design bid build, we don't necessarily always know each one of their subcontractors. And that's where that best value can come in.
Ms. Bell, if I could expand on that. Best value for a school district doesn't always mean the lowest price. And so what the best value for us would be outlined in the RFQ. A lease-back method is similar to that, but some factors could be the schedule. The schedule might be weighted at a higher value, or someone maybe that we worked with in the past that we trust their work, that sort of thing. So the best value for us would be defined by the point structure that's going to be in the RFQ or in the lease-back design.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, and lease-back, as just mentioned, this is a vehicle that we use pretty frequently. And what we do is we send out an RFQ, and describe the project. We ask for contractors that are interested in the project to respond. They respond with their qualifications, and then we select on the basis of a scoring sheet. Often there will have an element in there that describes what their general conditions are going to cost us, and we select a contractor on that basis. Once they are selected, then they put the project out to bid and develop a GMP. So you'll see our project come first for authorization to contract with that particular contractor. And then second round would be the contractor's general guaranteed maximum price. And that comes into play, and how they do that is often, and we go if we want to see their bid opening. So they will put the project out to bid as if it were a regular project that was done on the design bid build process. We can then see each and every one of their subcontractors' prices if we want to. often they will also do interviews. And they will, particularly if they don't know a subcontractor, they will bring their subcontractors in and do interviews there. And then select the best value amongst those. And that best value may be on track record, history of that type of project. And then they assemble all the subcontractors across the board and put together a guaranteed maximum price. And that's where best value comes into play with a lease back project. Okay. This is the much more fun part. Overview of the project selection process. Now, this goes back to when we started talking about Measure M and how we were going to spend the $476 million that Measure M provided us. And what we started doing was looking at what projects we had that were ready or that could be ready right away. And one of the things that we had was this huge pile of money from Prop 39. And that entitled us to do a lot of energy saving projects, which were HVAC. There was some cool roofing. There was a lot of lighting projects. And so those are the projects we started with immediately. And there were some of the projects that if we were doing HVAC, we went ahead and did roofing as well, particularly if we were doing all of the HVAC on a school site.
Ms. Bell, I'm just going to pop in. The reason we started with those is because there was a time limit to use them, right?
Yes, that's true. There was a time limit and they were pretty straightforward. One or two different subcontractors, easy to get the drawings done. And then we were able to take those projects, particularly if the project had modernization eligibility, and submit that to the state. So not only did we get Prop 39 money for it, but we were able to submit to the state and get additional modernization dollars for those projects. And if you look on this next slide, these are the projects that we submitted to OPSC for funding. And when you add it all up, it looked like it was going to be about $37 million. And those are all Prop 39 projects. We got them in the queue to get money, and we knew we weren't going to get money back for several years because at that time, OPSC was not sending out any money. So we expected $37 million on those projects, but in reality, we got $39 million. And that was because the rate at which they were paying projects out increased a little bit. So our Prop 39 projects, when you look at them over the overview of them, this is a simple snapshot of what schools got it and what did they get. There was a lot of interior lighting that we did. A lot of the gyms got done, and the gyms had, a lot of them had HID lighting, which takes a lot of energy to run. So all of these were replaced with LED lighting, saving us a bunch of money, hopefully a bunch of money. And you can see where we did HVAC and we did roofing. Altogether, there was about $13.9 million that was Prop 39 money.
So just as a real quick note, one of the things, sometimes things, they're good planning because you want to take advantage of funding that was available. That was a Prop $39. And then sometimes you get lucky. So the Prop 39 stuff allowed us to do HVAC work and roofing. And, unbeknownst to us, the pandemic was coming. And by having all of those new AC units in place, when we upgraded our filters to the more stringent filters, our machines kept working. Many districts, when they inserted the new filters into the old machines, the machines couldn't handle them. So it didn't work. So it was really good planning. It was leveraging dollars coming from the state. And there was a double bonus with the unknown pandemic coming. It served us very well then too.
That's true. Yes. They just couldn't, the filters got tight. The easy way to look at it is the filters got tighter and you're trying to force more air through them. Well, our equipment, which was really energy efficient, that was one of the criteria we looked for, very energy efficient, but new, right? New makes a huge difference. So if you've got a 20-year-old piece of equipment on your roof, you come along and put a really tight filter in, it's going to choke. And that's what happened with a lot of the school districts. And as you may recall, there were some sites where we did hundreds of HVAC units in one place. At one time, I was keeping a count, and after it got about 400 and so at one site, I kind of gave up on that. Okay, and next projects are as we do modernizations. What are we thinking about when we do modernizations? And modernizations can come along if it's a permanent building, it's every 25 years. If it's a modular building, a portable as we call it, it's 20 years. And so as we modernize, we're looking at not only making the buildings and everything look fresh, but we're looking to improve the learning environments. So technology upgrades, we're going to do carpet paint, those simple things, but we want it to be better than it was because we're only going to see this money every 25 years. So there's some health and safety improvements that we did, and those are fire alarms. These are critical things that we have to do. Security cameras, paging systems, fencing, keeping the campus entry secure, and we did some paving. Then we've got to do code compliance. Whenever we do a project, most often, we have to do ADA upgrades. And DSA's expectation is somewhere in the vicinity of about 20% of the cost of the project is an expectation for ADA upgrades. So when we have an older school, that 20% often goes a little higher than that. In many of the cases, and you'll see as we go through some of the slides, we have had to do full replacements of all concrete around buildings, which when you look at it, it looks fine, but it doesn't meet the slope requirements. So we've had to go in, tear out all the concrete, which in a way looks kind of silly because the concrete looked fine before, but it didn't meet ADA, so it had to be done. And then we've got maintenance, general building repairs, exterior painting, roofing, and mechanical systems. And those are all the kind of things that we're looking at as we look at a project for modernization. So this one I think might be the top of the list as far as transformative goes. It's really nice when we have modernization dollars and we can go in and we can change the entire complexion of a school. And at Union House, it was the problems that we saw, or the challenges that we saw was right away when you got there, you couldn't tell where the front door was. And so what we did is we created a new entry, and you can see that there. And it enlivened the whole plaza area. There was a bike corral right there in the front. It was made out of brick. It was part of the hardscaping, but it didn't enhance the overall front of the building. So that went away. We moved the bike corral over to the side. We redid their parking lot. We gave it all a new coat of paint, and the interiors got redone as well. And when we go and we look at a library, the library at this school was dated, and it didn't enliven and it didn't excite children to come in and spend some time and read. And I think what happened when we got all done, it's a lively place, it's inviting, and it's a place where kids want to spend some time. And that's a goal. When we go in, we modernize, we want to bring a little new life to a project. That's the kind of goal that we're trying to achieve. So we did all new projectors there, updated fire alarm, new finishes everywhere. And even in the admin, we were able to do some changes there.
Sue, can I do one point real quick? So one of the things I want to make sure for the community and for the board and for some of our newer board members as well. So when we went out and asked the community to support Measure M, one of the things that we were very clear about is that the funds that were generated through Measure M weren't designed to build new schools. There's some augmentations of new schools that we could use Measure M for, but the lion's share of Measure M was designed to bring our existing schools up to a newer school standard. So if you walk up to the front of the Union House currently, it looks like a new school. If you go to, you'll see some of these other classes. If you go to the science classroom at James Rudder and you were just in the middle of the science class, you wouldn't know whether you were at the old James Rudder or you were at one of our newer middle school. So the idea of equity across the district of our older campuses getting some of the work, and you'll see that in some of our oldest campuses towards the end of this presentation. But a real focus, and the board gave the direction, and we've been holding to it, is making sure our existing campuses were coming up to the standards of our newer schools.
And one of the other things, if you notice that little bitty slide down in that little bitty picture at the bottom, there's the pebbles there. And part of when we start this modernization at a school site is we look at the master plan. What are their needs? What are their needs and what are their desires? And we try to capture every component of that we can. And one of the things they had there was the children had all made these stones, and it was a dedication to one of the teachers that had passed on. And the contractors and the kids got involved, and that's one little segment of that walk. And it's actually a really delightful thing. Their whole grounds were transformed as a result of this project. There's outdoor learning spaces now. There's really cute little tables and things where the kids can be inside and outside and really have a good experience learning. Now at James Rudder Middle School, we had a fire, and that kind of launched this project. We got the fire was in the science wing. So what we did there was, because the science wing classrooms were a little bit on the small side, they were smaller than what is typical for our district. We went ahead and changed that building into regular classrooms. A couple portables were removed, and we made way for this new science building. And then other changes that have happened at Rudder, and it wasn't all done at once. We did we did the repair of the old science building. We constructed the new science building. And then last summer, we did a refresh of all the classrooms. This summer, we'll be doing their parking lot and the front entry, because their parking lot is literally crumbling. At Florin High School, we did a lot of work there. Florin High School was one that we started pretty early. We did roofing, HVAC. There were some skylights that all needed to be replaced. Exterior painting, the track, the bathrooms did not meet ADA, so we did that. There was a lot of asphalt and concrete that had to be removed because that didn't meet ADA. And this summer we'll be doing their parking lot as well, because again, it's crumbling. And there's a lot of areas where trees have uprooted a lot of the paving so that it's dangerous to walk on. The thing that is left to do at Florin High School is a refresh of the classrooms. Otherwise, Florin High School has had almost everything redone. Pleasant Grove Elementary. So this one I slipped in here because I forgot it. So it gets slipped in here yesterday morning. Pleasant Grove Elementary School, one of our, again, oldest schools. And if you went out to Pleasant Grove Elementary School before we got there, there were a lot of portables for starters, and they were inaccessible. So anyone that had mobility issues would have had a really hard time navigating the campus. The buildings were old. We tried to save them because they did have they had nice bones. They were, nice tall windows. We really tried hard to save that building out in the front because the neighborhood and the constituents there really treasured their school. As we looked at it and we started evaluating it, it just didn't make practical sense to try to hang on to that because there were so many things that the buildings needed and the infrastructure just wasn't there to really support doing it and doing it nicely. So we got to where we ended up tearing down the old admin, one of the classroom wings, the kindergarten. And so as you see it now, we've got new kindergarten, new admin, 2 new classroom buildings, and all of the paving at the school is brand new. And it's much easier to supervise. There's fencing around it so that there's a secure point of entry, one of our goals always. If you visit the school, you have to go in through the front. You're not able to just walk onto campus as it used to be. The parking lot got changed a little bit. The drop off got changed, and they had a lot of traffic issues. I think they still remain, but that's part of dropping off and picking up. That's going to be just a condition that we can't solve. Let's see, Joseph Kerr Middle School. This one is still a project that is underway. But what has happened there is we have done a new front parking lot. We've upgraded the front parking lot. We added a new bus loop. We had to put in a fire loop. We've done extensive underground utilities for this site. New water lines, new fire lines, which had to come from next door even. And the bus loop continues around the campus because we didn't have that before. We have a new science building there, a new gym, and all of the courtyard is being replaced. A lot of that concrete, again, that was one of those situations where all the concrete had to come out around the buildings. We've upgraded all their classrooms, and the only thing remaining to do is the last building. And that's the one that will replace the old shop building. There's some special ed classrooms in there. The art is in there. And then there's the math wing. And the math wing, as we look at it, is a building that it couldn't be repaired. There's some great issues there that are really hard to solve. And the building does not lend itself to being modernized and being very energy efficient. So our recommendation is really to take down that building along with the shop building and put up one more new building. And then the Kerr campus will pretty much be like brand new. Oh, the brick building? We have no plans for that building yet. It's
Yeah, that was very, very challenging for,
Yeah,
that could be an hour and a half conversation by itself.
Yes, I love that building though. It's not going anywhere yet. Well, okay, next school. We've already done Florin High School. I'm pressing the wrong button. Okay, Elk Grove High School. If anyone has driven down Elk Grove Florin Road, you've seen Elk Grove High School. And Elk Grove High School, we have spent a lot of time doing underground utilities. We're currently just about finished with the building on the corner, which is a 30 classroom building. The culinary building adjacent to it is finished. And we are about to embark on the next building, which will be an additional, it will be the admin building and some additional classrooms. That one will start as soon as school lets out. So as soon as school lets out, we'll be moving people all over the place and that project will go underway. And it will be followed with very shortly afterward, the CTE Ag project. The whole courtyard will be finished, refurbished there. We'll be tearing that all up. And somehow the students are going to live through this. That's an exciting project. That one is, it's going to be really exciting to have that new building come online. And that'll be in August. So the teachers will be moving in at the end of the summer and students will be in there. Now, yes, sir.
Really fast. One, thank you. Elk Grove High School needed some love and I am so excited to see what's going on there. On that one, are there, in addition to redoing the courtyard, is there any other modernization plans around the existing buildings, which are also a little bit old?
One of the other things that will happen at Elk Grove High School is the parking lot will be refurbished. We'll be redoing that. And then the plan started, as we started this project, we planned, we call it the Mason-Dixon line. We cut a line through the campus that runs just north of the existing multipurpose building. And so everything north of that was going to be construction. And to the south of that, we're hoping that any contingency money that we have left over, we'll be able to use that. And we kind of been earmarking some money to do painting and light, as we call it, upgrades to the rest of the buildings. And hopefully we'll have enough there to capture the rest of the campus. And we're kind of holding out to be able to do a weight room there as well. So those are kind of wish list items as funding becomes available for it. Yeah. Okay. Now classroom upgrades. Classroom upgrades are also modernization, but they're a little lighter. They're like modernization light. And they include mainly cosmetic things, new carpet, new paint, casework upgrades. And if you see in that center picture down below, we've got in the admin, a lot of times the casework has been kicked and damaged, and rather than replacing it, we came up with this scheme to add some identity to it. And so those are actually just wraps that are applied, vinyl wrap, and it looks cute. The schools really like it. It gives them identity and it brightens up the admin building. So the new paint, as needed, any repairs, those are done. And the schools listed there are the ones that we did last summer, and we'll be doing some more next summer. Okay, I'm not going to go through this exhaustive list of repair projects, but these are all the smaller projects that we're able to do. Using CUPCA, we can put out a request that we've got, say, a project, let's see, Samuel Jackson, toilet room floor replacement. Put that out, have a couple of different vendors, contractors bid on it and accept their bid and replace projects that way. So they're fire alarm projects, they're repairs, and their site and accessibility projects. And then roofing. And we all love roofing because nobody can ever see roofing. But we did a lot of it, not just in conjunction with Prop 39, but also we worked with our partners at M&O, and we had their list of their problem roofing, and we have exhausted that list. And so we no longer have a list of leaky roofs. Now what we have is in extreme conditions like we've had recently, there may be leaks that are brought about by wind-driven rain. And those are the kind of issues that M&O is dealing with. But for the most part, I think we've got all of the schools watertight. And we do keep an eye on the roofing that we use is Tremco. It's got a 20-year warranty. We're easily able to stretch that out to 25 years. And that's good because every 25 years we get modernization dollars. So we have the consultant that works with Tremco, and he comes by and he does regular roofing checks for us, and he keeps us abreast of what roofs might need to be replaced. Now, we do know that we have a list of roofing that we'll have to do in the future, but you know, we're putting that off, and we can this way kind of meter them out in a more reasonable fashion. But we need to recognize somewhere along 20, 25 years from now, we're going to have a bunch more roofing to do. But for now, we're good. We did a bunch of turf and track projects. We did turf and track projects, if you recall, at the schools that are not stadium sites. Well, we also went back recently and did turf and track replacements on the stadium sites. They were starting to wear and they had met the end of their life. And so now we have relatively new turf and track at all high school sites. And then we did the tennis courts at the high schools. Some of them were not playable anymore. Well, that's no longer the case. Every high school now has brand new tennis courts. Scoreboards and field lighting. Scoreboards were done at the schools where we did turf and track, the practice fields. And then we are coming up on a project now. It's gone to it'll be going to DSA next month to do field lighting at the sites where we did the practice fields, not the stadium sites, just the sites that had no lighting before. That will extend their playtime. And during the hours when it's dark at 5 o'clock, they'll be able to play after hours. We rented lights for them this past winter. And so when they get installed, we will no longer have to do that rental.
Quick question on that. You said that it's upcoming. In terms of timeline, what does that mean in terms of the lighting?
It's going to DSA in April. And then we'll start as soon as we get that a contractor on board. We'll be doing that. We'll have them installed before the next play season.
Perfect.
And we're trying to get them done earlier so that when it's hot during the summer, if we can, then they'll be able to play under lights when it's hot. But depending on procurement, that will make the difference there. But
Perfect.
hopefully before next football season.
Okay, I was asked specifically to ask about the lights.
Yes, it's coming. And that's a long awaited, exciting project. So we're watching that one carefully. We did a bunch of CTE projects. And one of my, this one here is one of my favorites. I love this project. This is over at Laguna Creek. That's our GETA project. But if you can see, last time we did our presentation in 2018, a lot of these were underway. Well, these are finished now. And at Laguna Creek, we had the Green Energy Technology Academy, GETA, Casunas Oaks, the Patient Care, Valley Oak, Fire Academy, Elk Grove High School, Culinary, Florin High School, 3 projects, agriculture, engineering, and the culinary pathway. And they're put together in a little complex, which is actually really nice. So they've got a CTE complex over there. And the one that's upcoming is the ag facility at Elk Grove High School. Otherwise, we've got them all done. This one's the Culinary Academy at Elk Grove High School, finished. Florin High School, agriculture was 2 classrooms, a barn, and you can see the little animals there, really cute. Florin High School also got a culinary project, and it is the kitchen, 2 classrooms, and they have a lot of outdoor space because they're planning to do some farm to fork activities, and they sit directly across from the ag facility. Got the ag facility directly across from it, and on the other side is the barn. So that's really a nice little complex. Lauren also got an engineering. This was a project that was a addition to an existing facility. So we punched out the wall and added some space for them. And that one came out really nice as well. Here's GETA, probably one of my favorites. I love to go over here because they're always doing some really neat and exciting things. There's a lot of storage there. This was a project that really needed to happen because he was doing all of this work in a portable, which the first time I saw it, I was horrified because he had equipment in there that I did not think should ever be in a portable, but they were doing it and they were making it work. And to see them be able to take that program and move it into a new facility was super exciting. Patient care project at Laguna Creek High School. This one was augmented also with I think I'm mistaken on that one. This is another modular project that is 2 classrooms, and they are able to do patient care. Valley High School, the Fire Academy, a modular building for the classrooms, and then I call it a garage. It's for the fire engine and the ambulance that they have. Then there's storage for their equipment, their turnout coats, and all the other equipment that they use. And then they've got a big area out in the front where they can do practice drills and things. And then here's a list of smaller CTE projects that we worked with our CTE folks, and they were just a little project here, a little project there, but they needed assistance to get them done. So there's a bunch of those smaller projects which were funded with CTE dollars. The projects that we saw before were CTE grant funded, but also there was the matching funds supplied by Measure M.
Oh, sorry, really quick on that one. About how often do we, because I imagine CTE requires upgrades and things a little bit more often. How often do we do that? And is there a rotation through the CTE program or the various CTE programs?
I don't follow how CTE program is managed, but they would fall into the same guidelines. Like if it's a modular, 25 years, they're going to get an upgrade. 25 years for permanent, 20 years for modulars. Now, if there are programmatic things that need to happen, equipment changes or whatever, those would be funded by the CTE department. Okay, unless there's a project that, they need to change something and it becomes a project that comes to our attention, then we would assist on that.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, new construction projects. These are the fun ones that everybody likes to look at. Franklin Elementary School, which we had just broken ground on, I think, or we're talking about before COVID hit. Well, it is finished, up and running, and they are doing You can see this is probably my favorite library. It's joyful when you go in there. It just makes you want to sit down, hang out, grab a book, and just be with your friends. So I love that library. And Miwok Village. This again, we were just starting to talk about this, but it's finished, it's occupied. And we just last week had a post-occupancy evaluation on it because if you recall, it is built on our new ed spec. So there is the space between classrooms that is designed to be an interactive, cooperative space that people can collaborate on things and the kids can be out there and do, independent study type of things. We provided more windows so that that area can be supervised really well, and that is functioning great. They've got a really nice library that they can hold classes in there. There's areas where students can go and just relax and grab a book and kind of huddle in with it. There's some really nice outdoor learning spaces. There's some things that we did there that came out really well. It hopefully will be the basis for the model of our next elementary school. Something very, very similar. The materials are long lasting, something that we always want to look for because they've got to last 25 years, right? Before we can redo anything. And then we're going to do maybe just a tiny bit more study. The families have not really gotten to go in and see the site. They've, they haven't had an open house there. So when they have open house, we're also going to extend the survey that we did for the post-occupancy evaluation to see what their feedback is on it. Overall, I think it's a successful project. It is simple to maintain, I think. The materials are easy. I'm looking forward to how that one will progress in the next couple of years. Now, there were a couple district-wide initiatives that we did. Security system projects. This group that is shown here, where 28 projects are completed. We've got 39 sites underway, but they're almost done. The only thing that keeps them from being on the completed list is we haven't buttoned up all the details, the paperwork, but for the most part, they're done because we're moving into the next project, the next phase of the project, which is 9 sites. And once those 9 sites are done, we're done. This one has been going on. We've been doing this for a while, and it'll be nice to see that be done and go away. Same with the shade shelters. We're almost done. That little group there, the 13 of them that are in progress, those are in progress. And when they're done, we're done. So every school in the district, unless if they said they didn't want one, and I think there may have been 1 or 2 sites that said, now we don't need one. So once that's done, the shade shelter project can be put to rest.
So Sue, just a quick note on that one. So just what was interesting with that one is when we did the site surveys, the shade shelters weren't actually on our radar as a facilities department and as a district office, but it came through as something that the sites were very interested in. And so we ended up, adding that into the project list, but it really did come from the survey and the staff feedback and parent feedback at the school site. It was kind of an interesting piece how that one came to be.
Yeah, that was, as when I got here, I looked through the facilities master plan and I just kind of kept looking through each school site and shade shelter, shade shelter, shade shelter. And I thought, well, there's so many of them. And I don't think they all knew. And I think there were 31 or so that said they really wanted a shade shelter. They didn't have shade on their playground or whatever. So that's kind of how that project came to life. Yes.
Are they capable to hold up solar panels?
They could.
They could at one time or be reinforced.
They could if we wanted to. No. Solar, we have a solar shares program that we do with SMUD. So part of that agreement is that we don't do solar, right? Because we have agreed with SMUD to be in their solar shares program, which means some of our energy does come from solar resources. Now, if we were to start putting solar on our buildings, that would be in violation of that agreement that we have with them. And part of that agreement guarantees us that our rates will be at a certain level. So that's why we're not going gangbusters to do solar anywhere. And that agreement is a couple years old and it goes for 20 years.
20 years? When was that signed?
That was signed maybe 3 years ago,
Mm,
something like that. Yeah,
Oh,
We approved it.
We brought that to
approved
the board. The board agreed to that.
We agreed to that
yeah,
because we were getting a big break from
I
small.
don't recall.
Yeah.
Because I'm a big supporter of solar panel and shade from day one, 2012. Because of the fact when you go out there, poor kids out there, 105 degrees weather, I mean. whew.
yeah.
But
Okay, the shade structures and the solar, are two different pieces. So the shade
Yeah,
structures
but
are
you-
there. The
You kill
agreement that
two
we,
birds with one stone.
the agreement we have with SMUD gets us better rates over an extended period of time.
Mhm.
And they're
Right.
just, they're actually building and doing the infrastructure for the solar. So it was a cooperative agreement that we did with SMUD and was in the best interest of both SMUD and the district.
Okay, so what are we doing now? Part of what we've seen is that's what we have done. Now we're moving into what are we doing next? We're working on some planning studies. As you've heard, we're going to do an update of our facilities master plan. And then we're going to move into the final phase of Measure M. Upcoming work is we're going to start getting ready for the potential bond sale, which is about $130 million bond sale of the remaining Measure M. Okay, we're trying to recruit some more citizens for the oversight committee for Measure M. Then, as you know, we've got the boardroom modifications and some other modifications that are happening in the Trigg Center. And we'll be having a architectural subcommittee meeting on that soon, so you can provide your input on that. Our facilities master plan update, we're going to be looking at enrollment projections, development, and site capacity planning, and how do our projections influence the need for a new school? Where will that new school be? We're doing the study on all of that work. And we plan on, as Ms. Coates mentioned earlier, still working on it. We're going to be bringing bits and pieces to you as that develops. Let's see. The future projects that we've talked about, this is the tentative list as of now. It will be approximately $130 million worth of work, and it will encompass a lot more of the modernizations that we've talked about. The master plan identified a number of projects that had modernization eligibility. And as I've been ticking them off, we've hit about 67% of the elementary schools, about 60% of the high school, middle secondary schools, and then about 60% of the alternative schools sites. And there's still work to be done, but we're getting close to running out of money. Okay, and we're taking a real good look at new home development, and we've identified a couple of hotspots. This will be developing further. We'll bring that forward in the next couple of months. The two hotspots that we've identified, there's one up in the north area, and then there's one down in the Miwok region. Those we're going to look at really hard. And the goal is we've got to figure out, when do we need a new school? But part of the examination that we're going to do is the business, the way we've done things in the past is, as we start to have a population coalesce and we think, oh, we need a new school, it has been reasonably easy to do. But now, with money being as it is, and the cost of construction is higher than I've ever seen it, we need to maybe look at it a different way. Some of the schools that we've done recently have the ability to put modulars on them. Maybe we need to look at it that way. Maybe we need, how far can we push out needing a new school? The cost of our new school, the Miwok, was $50 million. That equates to about $850 to $1,000 per square foot, which is an astronomical number. When I started doing this, I was young then, it was $85 a square foot for classroom space, and admin space was around $150. So you can see there's been, and I'm not that old, There has been an almost exponential increase in what we're paying for construction. And been a huge leap from when we did McGarvey to Miwok. Huge difference. So I think we're gonna take a hard look at, as we do our planning, how can we forestall having to build another school? Is there another way that we can solve the problem without needing that? Because we're looking at, we're going to probably need a new elementary school, and we've got the new high school, middle school on the horizon. So those two, if we kind of did the math on that, maybe 200 million for a high school, middle school combo, and then 50 million, at least 50 million for a new elementary school. That's a lot of money. So the hot spots that we've identified, we've got one in the southeast area, and then we've got one in Rancho Cordova. And those are the two areas that we're looking at really closely, because that's where a lot of new homes are coming. And you'll see that further study as we develop that. Okay, so as a recap for Measure M, when we started with about $80 million worth of projects that we had kind of our eye on. And that is the list. And as you can see, they're all done. That was $80 million there. The next batch of projects that we did was 2019, and it was about $121 million. And again, done. I love this. I love checking it off. And when I run a track of these, I yellow them out, and it gives me a lot of pleasure to just scratch them out. So the check marks are exciting for me. And the Series 21 projects, this was about $140 million. And they are for the most part done, or they are scheduled, so they will be done shortly. Which brings us to needing to do this next bond sale, which is about $130 million. That's the remaining amount available. And we'll be able to do those projects and get them completed within the next 2 years. So does anyone have any questions?
I bet not.
Thank you, Ms. Bell. Did you have something to add before I go to members, Mr. Hoffman?
There's one quick thing I wanted, just with thank you, Sue, for all the work and for the presentation. So just as a reminder to the board, we did the facility master plan work ahead of going to the community and asking for Measure M. We identified $1.6 billion in facility need at that point. We went out and did $476 million in the bond. So we knew the bond wasn't going to be enough to do all of the need that we have, but there were modernization dollars, there were Prop 39. So one of the things that we've done a very good job of is leveraging other dollars. So we've taken our 476 million and made it worth even more than that. But the reality is we will be later on this spring bringing you a recommendation to sell the final set of bonds that we have authorized through Measure M. And without getting ahead of the board, just know that we're doing the facility master plan update now, and we're going to identify more than $1 billion worth of need moving forward. And so that is going to necessitate at some point going back to our public with regards to another bond to be able to continue the work. So just want to make sure we're clear with our community. We appreciate their support. I mean, we are trying to be absolute good stewards with the dollars, and you saw a lot of those examples today. So thank you very much.
I did forget one thing.
Go ahead.
And if I had looked at my old school way of doing things, I made myself little notes, but I wanted to introduce my team. And they're a tiny but mighty team. And they look at they're hiding, they're trying to hide. I can see that. But there's Fawn and Jennifer, Michelle, Chris, Marlinda, and Michael, and there's Dora behind it, and then Diane in the green. And together they work like a little machine. And without them, this work would not have been able to be done. And it's been sometimes stressful, a little bit rocky, but throughout the pandemic, you couldn't have asked for a better group of people. They all just kept showing up, and it made my work easy. And Darren. Sorry, Darren. But that's the team. And they're really stellar, and I really appreciate all the work that they've done to make all this happen for our students and our staff. So, questions?
Thank you, Ms. Bell. I'm going to go to Mr. Track first.
For my question, I just want to say like, I'm glad to see all the campus modernizations because a lot of campuses are like run down and haven't really had any like updates since they opened. And as a student, from my experience, I think that, and hearing from a lot of peers, that the environment of the campus has like a big effect on their learning. And I think that once the projects are completed, it'll have a really positive impact on their learning. And the second thing is from a couple of the student forums that I was looking through, a lot of them were asking about dividers in their bathrooms. And I saw that on one of the slides that they were re-innovating the bathrooms. Is that going to happen to like the other campuses as well? Because I know a lot of them are asking like for dividers and stuff.
That's an interesting question. Now, I have heard that comment before, and I think, like if I just speak freely about bathrooms, I think we're going to see some change in the way we do bathrooms, and I think that needs to happen. And so, particularly with the cell phone. And what we found over the years is students no longer like to use the showers. And part of that is because of the cell phone. And so privacy has become an issue across probably everywhere, because who wants to go to the bathroom and think possibly someone's taking a picture, right? So I think we need to relook at how bathrooms are done. And I think we can roll that out pretty easily with new facilities. To go back and do it with existing facilities may be more challenging, but I think it needs to be done. And how do we do that? Maybe that's part of a program that we develop for the future.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay? Yeah,
Can I
I understand.
jump on what he was saying just real quickly? And I know what you're looking at bathrooms be a big project, but in terms of, you know, students speaking up with that, you know, we have schools and I'm not going to get into a big deal, but we have schools. The repairs have been made so often, the locks don't work anymore. They can't, you know, there's real issues of in our bathrooms today that really need addressing.
So let's
But I just
not
put
get
that
into
on
the
the table.
operational side of that, because
Yes.
there's
Yeah,
kind of a
Yeah,
connection.
yeah, and I was just, you know, the comment was made about, you know, students speaking up, and yeah, what
Yeah.
they say is
Mhm.
real.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my world would look more.
Your world, yeah, it's not, you're not gonna take care of the maintenance.
It's a work order. If it's a lock that's not working, that's a work order. But my world is looking at it from the lens of how do we solve an issue that students are having with the bathrooms?
Yeah.
And that's a bigger thing to think about.
Yeah.
But I don't deny that it exists. I know it exists, and we need to change it. So we need to come up with a plan and then work the plan.
Thank you. I look forward to how we are going to solve this.
Thank you, Mr. Track. I'm going to start with Mr.
Oh.
Fortuna and go down the line.
Thank you. Sue, I just have a number of questions real quick. When you were talking about contractors in terms of bidding process, we still use our pre-qual documents such that we have a list of contractors that are able to bid. They don't have complaints against them. They have their bonding we do all of that.
Yes, we still have our pre-qual process in place, and it operates like a clock, because one person back there who I know would die if I called on her, she makes it happen like it's clockwork. It's Marlinda.
Okay, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
and well, but that's a critical piece. We spent so much time on that in the past.
Exactly, and it is,
Um,
we still do that same process, and it happens like clockwork.
In slide 16, you don't have to even go to it for what I'm going to refer to.
Okay,
Under maintenance, you were talking about exterior painting, but it also spills into deferred maintenance, which I know we don't have a category, but into deferred maintenance. How are we addressing painting because a lot of the buildings who don't meet the requirements for modernization are really tired and they look tired. And the other one, which I've spoken to, is landscaping. You know, our schools, from my perspective, it has nothing to do with the maintenance staff. They look terrible, especially at the elementary level. And their tracks that are, they're dirt tracks that what do we do with things like that? You know, the painting, landscaping. It's Karen's question.
As far as painting goes, any project that we're doing that we consider
Kristen.
a kind of modernization light,
Yeah.
a classroom upgrade project, we're painting them. And it does make a huge difference. I think of the things that we do, painting and new carpet make the biggest difference
Yeah.
to everyone. And part of the as we do a modernization, we like it to look better than it was. We like to improve the learning environment. And part of that involves doing some of these outdoor areas, creating a space where students can go outside. And so we're trying to capture some of that landscaping as well. Landscaping's tough to maintain. So we do look at that and think, okay, are those plants reasonable? Are they able to be maintained? Do they take a lot of water? There's a lot of things that we do look at. And as we go there, we're able to do that. But if, you know, we're not doing a project there, it doesn't happen, correct? But when we're done with the next wave of projects, I don't think we're going to have any school sites that have really sad paint. Because we've got a bunch scheduled for this next bond sale. We're thinking, you know, these are the ones we're going to do next. And they are the older schools still that have modernization eligibility.
Right. And what this is a presentation on facilities, and I know the primary focus is on all the work that you've been done, but you can't talk facilities without talking the maintenance issues.
That's right. And so if I could expand, I wanted Sue to answer that first, in regards to the modernizations and the work that goes in with those plans. Superintendent Hoffman has charged me with coming up with a painting replacement plan, if you will, much like athletic uniform. So
That's good.
So it is something that we're working with Bill Hartnett. You and Bill have to work really closely together, those two departments. And it is a way to optimize our funding sources when we think about deferred maintenance or routine restricted maintenance. That allows us to take, say, Measure M dollars, but also bright up with those funds to help the dollars stretch when that's not available. So that is a work in progress right now. So we can get the painting cycle, landscaping cycle on a regular campus, because there is a shelf life for that as well.
Okay, thank you. And sorry that Karen jumped out of my mouth instead of Kristen. You shared some of the major impact areas. What are the parameters you look at when you say it's going to impact existing schools? And the reason why I say that, the project on Vineyard and Gerber, that's 1,200 homes, and then multifamily. The development on Waterman and Bond, the same kind of an issue. Then we have smaller ones going, but how do you look at those and, with respect to existing site? Because Adriani's full, and yet 1,200 homes plus multifamily are being built right next to it. Do we look, is the school, that property that we already purchased in Vineyard Point, does that factor into looking at the 1,200 homes?
This is how we look at it. We study, we know where the developments are. We know exactly how many homes they have planned in their proposed development. And then I've got the two planners back there who watch this extensively. And what happens is each year they call and we can track how much they've paid, how many permits they've taken out. So
Right.
we can see how fast those are moving. And then we ask them each year, how many are you planning to build next year? And nobody builds without a thought, right? They've got a projection in their mind, how many they're going to build this year and how many they're going to build. So they've got their projections built out of how many units they're going to build. And then we take that and we add it all up. And then we apply a student generation factor to it. And that's the number of students that we think is going to draw from that development. And then we apply that in the region that it's happening, in the attendance area. And we think, okay, say this school has room for 20 more students. If the student generation rate yields that in 2 years, we're going to hit that 20. Then, you know, we're at this point though, we don't have an issue at Vineyard. And we can, as we do our studies, we can show you how each development is impacting each attendance area. And that's part of the work that we'll be doing and bringing to the board. The 2 hotspots shown in the presentation, those are the ones that we're really watching. Vineyard, it isn't moving at the rate that is going to cause us an issue at this time, or even in the next couple of years.
So another piece of that, just as far as, you know, the new construction piece, the other tool that we have, and we bring it to the board every year, we're actually watching schools based on the type of calendar they're on. So one of the things we have in Elk Grove is, you know, is the ability to use the year-round calendar. And there was a time where we probably made the statement that the year-round was a better calendar educationally. Now we're all clear that there's no evidence to prove, but it does give us capacity. And so one of the things we do every year is we also take a look at, is there a need to move any schools from a modified traditional or traditional to a year-round? Because the reality is, if we didn't have the year-round calendars, we would need 5 to 7 more schools,
Right.
and the expenses of that would mean we're not able to do some of the other things that we do. So the other factor in all that is the ability to move a school. I don't panic any parents. We don't do that haphazardly, and we give plenty of warning ahead of time. But that is one of those other tools just for the community to be aware of that we use.
Well, that leads into my next question. Thank you. On slide 52, again, you don't have to go to it. When you were looking at just some of the future studies, and one of the things you listed was boundary changes, which is a topic I've brought forward a number of times. And last we talked about boundary changes, while it can possibly resolve some issues, that it was on hold as a discussion until we look to the new high school, middle school, and at that point in time, we can take a hard look at boundary. Is that kind of still where we are?
Yes, we will, we're studying, we will study it, correct? That is not pushing forward a recommendation. We're going to look at it. And if it makes sense, boundary changes are really challenging for everyone, right? They're challenging for families. It's not something that we like to do or want to do, but maybe that's the way to solve a problem, an easy way. So we're going to study it and we'll bring that forward.
Okay. And then the one comment you made it just is a comment in passing kind of, but to me, it's so dramatic. When you look at, to me, when you look at Dillard, and then you look at McGarvey, and then you look at Miwok, those schools were built in a very short period of time. They are night and day difference in terms of the technology and the materials. I mean, it's absolutely incredible.
Yes.
You know, you walk into the gymnasiums are just dark places, and you go in the gymnasiums now, you don't have to have the lights on. I mean, it's incredible, the new technology material. Just costs more money.
It's got a trade-off with energy
Yeah.
costs though.
Yeah.
And we even at Kerr, when we did that new gym, we used the solar tubes.
Yeah, and they're
So
really
it-
incredible.
It does make a huge difference.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
And I look forward to having the update on the facilities master plan. I do refer to that frequently. It's not something that collects dust for me. Great. Oh, last question. I'm sorry. And that brought it up to my mind. In terms of looking towards another bond, is there a specific reason why we wouldn't ask?
In your mic, sir, into the mic.
Is there a specific reason why we wouldn't go out for more?
Yeah, so when we did the the study with regards to the dollar amount that we asked for last time, we did extensive surveys with our community, and there was some hesitancy around the amount per $100,000 of assessed value. So there's a deep piece that we have to take a look into to figure out, because we have to make sure that we meet the comfort level of our community. And there was a spot where the vote, we may have still gotten it passed, but there was a place where there was some hesitancy, and that's why we did it
For voters, okay, because our needs that were identified and the bond that we went out for only took into consideration a very small percentage.
And one of the pieces,
the
it was
actual need
our
was.
first.
Yeah.
And so one of the things now that we have, I think and this is evidence of that, of a track record of being good stewards with the dollars. And so now I think it's going to be even easier to go about and ask for a different amount, because we can show what we've done with it.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the benefits you get out of the Citizens Oversight Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fortuna. Ms. Albiani?
I just had a few quick comments. First of all, I can't underemphasize the excellent job you guys did of leveraging funds. And when we say leveraging funds, I want the public to realize we are offered funds, but we have to have matching funds to accept them. So if we have an ability to get 50,000, 500,000, $1 million, we have to come up with $1 million to take that million. But by having our Measure M funds and using them wisely, we double what we're able to do for our students. And I'm a fiscal geek, and I really, really appreciate the way this was attacked and from the start. So thank you very much. The results are beautiful. I appreciate the signage that says this is your Measure M funds at work. I happen to live on Pleasant Grove School Road, so I watched that one very closely. But for the public to know, this is where it's happening.
In the middle of the night when water lines are broken and things along those lines. So I can attest to that.
Watch that school very well for you on my walks. So, but it's turned out beautiful. But I think it's really good when people drive by Elk Grove High School. Elk Grove High School. My husband went to Elk Grove High School. I mean, we've been here forever. It's been here forever. It's the flagship school, and it had gotten pretty sad. So it's very exciting to see this happen. It's very exciting to let the public know this is where your dollars went. And I appreciate the work from our community to serve on our committee that watches our funds so they can testify how well we use them. And I really appreciate you guys leveraging the funds to get the most out of them. So thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Jamerson?
Hi, thank you so much for this presentation. I wanted to just reemphasize Mr. Track when he said that students really, the quality, the look, the feel of their campus really impacts their learning. And I see some amazing things that have been done. How have you incorporated student voice, whether it's been, choosing paint colors and landscaping on the maintenance side, as well as the design of some of these facilities, whether it's the library or the quad areas or the CTE? How has student voice been incorporated into that design?
With the facilities master plan, there were all those little tiny boxes on the needs and wants, and some of those were student wants. And I think that we don't see students every day, but you may have heard, we have students that come to us during the summer, and we have interns with us and that's what keeps us in touch with what students are doing. And that's one of the things that I'm super passionate about. I really enjoy having the young people with us, and they take an interesting approach with us, and they don't treat us like we're adults. They treat us as if we're colleagues. And so they're very open with what they see and what they want and what they like and what they don't like. And I think that keeps us in touch with it. But then you also, as we work on these projects, as we start planning them, you have to draw on your inner child and look at them from that lens. And I think I'm still able to do that. And like the bathroom issue, I know the bathroom issue. I know how that is. I can understand that. And so when I look at a place like kindergarten, because my background's actually architecture. So when I go into a place like kindergarten needs to be fun. And how do you learn in that environment? And that's kind of the approach that we take. That's what we do and why we do it. And I would say for my whole team, most of us, we come from different backgrounds, and we could work out in the private sector doing this kind of work, but we're passionate about school facilities and making them and creating places that are engaging places to learn. One of the things throughout my career that I've really been disappointed in is the little portable building that's 24 by 42 or 30 by 36, and it's got one window or two windows and a door. That is not an exciting place to want to learn. And I can still draw back on where were the places that I liked to be when I was learning and what made me engage in something. And I try to apply that vision. And I think my whole team has that attitude where we're looking at, well, is that a good space? Because that's really what it's about. We're trying to create a great space for students to learn. And that's what it's about.
I would love to see, not that I want to give, a board member a job, but having a student board member, being able to have that, that person contribute to that, or in having student focus groups at different places. I think Ms. Albiani.
I just want to tell you, when they go to build a school or rebuild a school, because I happen to, Pleasant Grove was right there. My children were out at that point, but they had community meetings and they met with the staff many, many times. And if you watch, there are 3 different designs that were built to how Pleasant Grove Elementary was going to go. And they had the classrooms closer. They had a classroom between a play area, and they said, we want the play area in front of the classroom. And they had open meetings. I went to a meeting in the
Charette's
cafeteria, for lack of a lot, in the gym/cafeteria at the elementary school. And they put them up there and they let you talk and they let you vote and they let you make comments. And so building and redoing a school, Elk Grove High School did the same thing. And they actually had a student committee that helped with theirs, and they had a parent community that helped with theirs. And they had open nights where you could comment on what was going and they would share the plan. And the plans change. And I will say that that's one thing I really respect, is how responsive your department is to the wants and listening to the staff. Because I know a decision made at Pleasant Grove Elementary was, we don't want pods with where teachers meet. We want our teachers to go to the office because we want to be together in our workrooms. And that's the way our school's done. That's our culture. And so they respect the culture of the different schools when they go to build. So that's just something that's, I think, is exciting, and is what you were talking about.
Yeah, another example of that would be the CTE programs. So when you go to do the CTE programs, the kids are working with the teacher and going through and looking through the design piece. So there's lots of opportunities for that to happen. But the CTE is just another example of where it really is a site level decision, program specific, and the kids certainly have an opportunity to be part of that.
And even with our post-occupancy evaluation that we just did at Miwok, we have asked for student input. The students that are going there, we haven't gotten a lot of feedback yet, but we're hoping we will. Just to see, now that it's here, now that you're going to school here, what do you think? And we're curious to know those answers.
Great. Thank you. Those are exactly the type of examples I was hoping to see. That I think that it's really important that students have an opportunity to design their place of learning to ensure their success. The second question I had, was about, I know that when we talked about the potential elementary schools in those hotspot areas, I know it says that that's for the next 5 years, and we're identifying for the southeast Elk Grove. We're identifying elementary schools, but it doesn't say anything about middle schools or high schools. Is that because that's predicted like, 7 to 10 years, or with the increase in elementaries, eventually there will be a need?
I think it's a given that the new high school will be up in that region, the kind of the Rancho Cordova region.
I'm talking about the southeast version you have over here by like
Yeah,
Miwok, all
we're,
those.
we're not looking at that area yet for high school, middle school. I think we're thinking it will be up in the region where, to take the load off of Sheldon and
Absolutely.
Pleasant Grove.
Yeah.
And so that even we're thinking that's not even in, it's maybe in a 7 to 10 year window. But again, that's, we've got to study that. We've got to try to pinpoint that a little bit better. We've already got an architect on board to do that project. So we're looking for like a 3-year window. When we start getting really close to, we're going to need this in 3 years, then we're going to go gangbusters on that project.
Okay.
But as far as the South goes, high school, we can study it, but we're not looking at that yet. We just don't see that happening yet.
Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Jamerson, that's driven by the numbers. We only very recently sort of filled up Cosumnes Oaks High School, which is our newest high school in that area. So, these folks are monitoring the numbers all the time, and it drives those planning decisions. And in that area, since we have our newest high schools and 2 really close together, it's not likely to be the next place for a new high school. Yeah. Mr. Vargas?
I was just going to say thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. This was really informative. And as one of the new board members, I really enjoy getting the 30,000 foot overview. So one of the questions that I had was around, I want to go back to the 20-25 year schedule. So obviously things come up in between those points in time that require attention. We talked a little bit about bathrooms. I'm going to sit and harp about that for 2 seconds, which is the other side of that coin is some of the feedback I get a lot when I'm going around and talking to school administrators is not just the lack of, generally accessible gendered bathrooms, but single occupancy bathrooms, particularly in elementary schools where those are needed more, spread around a little bit more. Also in schools that serve a high number of students with disabilities. Those single occupancy bathrooms are obviously very important. So, and then of course, we're going to get legislation pretty soon that's going to require us to include that. So as we're going through this process and as we're in between those 20 and 25 year periods, how do we prioritize once we identify a facilities need where we need to construct something new? How do we prioritize getting those in there? And then how do we pay for that?
Good questions. We have to look at our available funding, right? Then we look at how much is it going to cost? And if something like bathrooms, that's daunting. That is really daunting when you have to fix bathrooms throughout this many schools. That's a scary proposition for me. One that might make me want to run away because it's huge. It's a huge infrastructure cost. Bathrooms are probably one of the harder things for us to do because if you have a bathroom here, it's relatively easy to fix it. But if you need a bathroom over there, we need water, we need sewer, that's a huge undertaking. So we're gonna have to look at it really carefully. Where is it really needed? It's gonna take some study. When the legislation comes into effect and we have to make some wholesale changes, that's gonna take us some time to noodle it out and come up with a plan. So something like that, we're gonna have to look at available funding, figure out what can be done and how we're gonna do it. And in cases where something is legislated to us, a lot of times what we need to do is develop a plan. We do the worst first, the ones that absolutely have to be addressed, and then we've got our plan and we just keep working our plan as money becomes available.
So a couple things to that too, Mr. Vargas, would be, we would hope if there's something that came from the state that it wouldn't be an unfunded mandate. So if they make the mandate, are they going to follow with the dollars to be able to do the work? So that would be one of the first questions that we would look at. The other piece and this will be really critical as we move forward with the potential second bond is if we're using bond dollars, we made a promise in our bond statement on what we would do with those dollars. So one of the things that we want to be very conscious of as a board is if we move forward with another bond, is being very clear in that language. If there's something that's not currently prioritized, that it ends up being prioritized. And that's the importance of doing the facility master plan. So we really do get a picture of what the needs are at each individual school. And then we make sure that we write the language in a way, because we're making a promise to our community that this is what we're using the dollars for. So when we made the promise that we were using Measure M to upgrade existing facilities to the new school standard, that was one of the pieces that we spoke to. So we have to make sure and we're conscious of what we make in that promise and that bond statement if we move forward with the next one.
And safety is always prioritized.
Oh.
Yeah, so sort of following up a little bit on that, is, so if it's not coming from Measure M dollars, and if it's not coming from modernization, is that something where we have to take money from someplace else and, you know, subsidize essentially? And how does that work?
Well, we're getting into a wide range of stuff. So, we do have a community facilities district as well. So there's an additional set of dollars that come in through the Mello-Roos that allow us to do some more upkeep type projects. So we have multiple sources, and what we do is we use the source that is best suited for the particular project. And so we have to kind of take a look at that on a case by case basis as the projects come through. I mean, if you're leaning towards, could we ever dedicate, general fund dollars? Certainly you could do that. It's for facility use. It's challenging in that there's so many other things that add facility costs. As you can see, $476 million will be expending that in relatively short order. That's really difficult to do in from a general fund perspective.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Vargas, before we go to Mr. Bettis, just wanted to add on, since I have the pleasure of working on this school facilities and bathroom issue in my day job. By the time, there's so much work going on in this area that by the time we adopt our next facilities master plan, there will either be statutory or code changes so that, we won't have to play this guessing game right now about, what's the bill going to look like in its final form, things like that. So it will inevitably be part of the conversation. It's not an issue that can be, ignored. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that there's a lot that we can do and that we have done already just on the operational side and, reassigning and reallocating facilities to make sure we're meeting the needs of our students. So that's just part of the ongoing work. And there's this interplay between the facility side and building and the operational side and the use of those facilities. So important issue that we are not done talking about. Mr. Bettis, do you have anything on this?
Yeah. First of all, thank you very much. It's a very good update to our facilities issue. And there's some recommendations I like to or say that, I'd like you to include that because, I think like maybe, for instance, before and after pictures. Have those in there because, we've seen, how they look today, compare what they used to look like. I mean, it's night and day. I see tremendous improvement in our facilities development and modernization since, 2012. Well, prior to that, when my kids were at Anna Kirch, Gator, Rudder, and Florin High School, tremendous, and also the other schools I used to visit, working with a PTA and a variety of other Elk Grove Unified School District committees. And so, yeah, we've gone far place since day one, from this district has evolved. So anyway, I have some questions regarding the lease back. How many of our schools are leased back? And you mentioned there's it's like a lease and we actually it's like almost buying a home, right? But you know.
Sort of, it's a, it's a funding mechanism. The projects that we have done that way include Maywalk.
Well, you can give me some, you can give me like a BC report later on these issues. That's, and because the fact that, you know, there's lease back, and then we lease actual buildings for other sections or branches of our administrative branch. And I keep on saying we need more administrative space for these particular staff within our district main office. You know, I'd rather pay, you know, or lease back than versus buying a lease, you know, or, you know, writing down a lease than because that way we're investing in our community. We're not losing that money. So that's one of the issues I have. And you did answer the question, how long are these leases? Of these new schools, you know, there's all kinds of models within the whole United States regarding designing of schools. Now, do we, okay, within our school designs, you know, and we're modernization, we are developing new models of the instruction to our students. And it's more, and I see like there's more career education now today, transitioning students and also to world of work on campuses. I really like that because, you know, the students that have really good, they see the meaningful curriculum, how that applies to their vocational goals and objectives. So I like that. That's happening throughout the world, I guess, or the United States. But I think the one concern I have regarding this is that, you know, I read and study the future occupations of the world and the United States that we need. I still suggest, or we need vocational education, number one, more so on our campus, a general classroom setting, and technical academic skills. That's computer skills and a variety of IT, because IT is the future of the Americas or the whole world. And we need at each campus, I like to see an IT component, a career component. You know, you have one really good model here, but yet that I would think that every school would have, you know, and that's beginning, you know, a section or curriculum of study dealing with that objective, you know, computer literacy, I guess, like we have computer literacy and also financial literacy. That's another issue I like to, well, I've spoken about before, but because of the fact that everything we're going to be doing in the near future, we're going to be constant lifetime learners of IT, software, and new technology, and how to wear new technology, clothes. You know, that's going to be within our lifetime. So I think more so with our students today. So that's what I like to suggest that we think about having an IT component at our schools. Best value to the school district. I like that. I like that concept, and also design built. Those two words of how we contract with contractors. And you mentioned, yes, we do a pre-qualifying contractor process, but is that open? That's open every year. Is that
Yes.
true? Okay, yeah, because
They have to renew every year.
okay, anybody could get into that system because of the fact that technology and designs of schools and contractors throughout the United States to come here and do business with Elk Grove and design the school. That's so, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Anybody can participate in that pre-qualification process.
Mhm.
If they meet the criteria, they pass, they get put on the list.
Okay, and the next thing is that portables. Now, we have a subtype of database, how many schools are using portables and how we maybe transition into actual buildings within those particular schools that may have need for actual classroom versus portables. I mean, what is the criteria in order to transition to a, like our junior high right here, middle school. I mean, what time did we decide, or what was the criteria which instead of having portables, now we should make new buildings within that school site?
I think there comes a point where the portable is becoming difficult to maintain.
Right,
Portables are really designed to,
temporary,
yeah.
yeah, temporary.
And we're pushing them to 30, 40, 50 years.
Mhm.
And when they start to have a lot of problems, that's
Mhm.
when we start looking at them. And like in the case of Kerr, their science program was all in portables.
Mhm.
So they couldn't really have a science program that was equal to science programs at some of the other
Right.
schools, the newer schools. And so that's kind of what tips the scale and makes us decide, oh, this isn't adequate for this, this program anymore. We need to move it to a new facility. Those are the kind of decision making that we do.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm very concerned about that because were you around when they built our new school, elementary school over here on Franklin Boulevard, the two-story one?
No, I wasn't here then.
Okay. I love that school because the fact it's small, compact,
Mhm.
and the community likes it, you know. I think, and why haven't we have more schools like that? Because we're more. That's what I was wondering. Because the cost of, most likely the cost of property.
Two-story
You're right.
construction is more expensive than single-story construction. Our climate doesn't necessarily lend itself to that, like in the Midwest where they have snow days and
Right.
things like that. It's great to have everything under one roof.
Uh-huh.
Our climate, it's good for being outside. This way the kids can be outside. We can have outdoor learning areas. If we have a small site, like at Elk Grove High, the site is really small. We had to go up in order to do what we want to do over there. There's a couple of factors that push into that. And space is one of them. Cost is another one. And, you know, how do you want the whole site to lay out? At Elk Grove High, we didn't have an option. We had to go up.
Mhm.
Particularly to do the construction. The other option would have been move everybody off of that site, which would have just been a nightmare.
Right.
So we've been able to keep that site running and doing it at the same time. Now with a new school site, if it weighs out that it would be more economical to do a two-story model than a single story,
Mhm.
we could look at that as well.
Okay. The modernization ADA, how, in compliance, could that be an issue with regarding our restrooms?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
how big of a problem are we liable to be sued on privacy of an individual going to a bathroom? So, you know, liability issues, I'd like to maybe in the future, or maybe give us a BCP or BC a report on that issue, because, you know, I think that's an issue that I think people are going to press us on, ADA and access to privacy and all that. Regarding the Rudder Science Department, that modernization project, or we'd say was an actual, there was a fire there. That's what happened, number one. And because the whole complex of the science department was wiped out, that's how we had, the insurance came back.
Mhm.
And we with those dollars, we developed another science component, which that happened. The issue I have and continue to have, and somebody brought this to my attention again, is that the swimming pool at Rudder Middle School, you know, we have a joint program there with the Parks and Rec program, but yet, and I was told by Mr. Hoffman and Mr. Robert Pierce that sooner or later we might have one there, but yet I've been waiting patiently for the modernization of that pool and for that community. And since that time, I had seen partnerships with our Congressman, Mr. Barra, funding special projects throughout our district. And I think our staff, it's time for our staff to have meetings with him for his projects and meetings with the, what do you call, Parks and Rec South, yeah, and talk about our remodelization of that particular pool. You know, there's a great need to have recreational programs, health and safety of swimming instead of going and swimming in the river.
We did,
Huh?
we did make a run at a grant to
Mhm.
redo that
Okay.
in conjunction with the city,
Mhm.
and it failed.
Right,
We're not able to get the funding for it, but we did make an attempt, and I actually think it was twice.
you're right, I
where
know.
We did that.
Mhm.
But the reality is, the city doesn't have the ability to staff it either, to staff it or maintain it.
The Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec.
Parks and Rec.
Okay.
So
Mhm.
until that changes, it's
Yeah,
kind
but
of,
what I've seen the Parks and Rec, you look at their, their site and what type of projects they've been funding and with partnerships or other, they have the monies. You know, they may be telling you so, but yet it just recently they put a bridge over the 99. And how many millions of dollars did that cost? You know, there's other and some other and golf courses here and there. They have the money, but they're not, you know,
Talking about
Look-
different organizations.
Yeah, let's
no, they own that South Park, South Park, or I mean, South, I forgot the name, but they have the money. There's no excuse to have money. There's another issue. There's Title IX. Those girls that go live in that area, to this day, they have come, they're mothers now, and they tell, whatever happened to our swim program? You know, why don't we have a swim program for our students in that geographical area? You know, and
We have swim programs. We have swim programs at all of our high schools,
Yes,
and we have agreements with different entities so that all of our high school teams have
Yes.
access to swimming pools. Where
Yes.
we are not using the pool that's at Rudder. It's not usable.
Yeah.
It will take some work, and the first piece is the park district has the first responsibility, and we're working to partner on that. But that's where the work needs to start. So I understand your concern, and
Yeah,
we've
so
talked
anyway,
about it
that's-
before.
and security cameras, we've gone a far way for a security cam from day one, that for the health and safety of our students. When I started working here, or as a board member, that was one of our concerns. Security cameras throughout our district. It's happened because we have more monies in that arena, and so, and I feel safe. And also the fencing, fencing, security cameras within our school districts have gone a long way. And I guess it's my time to thank our communities for voting for this bond. Thank you very much, community voters. So anyway, I think students feel safe, our staff feels safe, and our parents feel safe in their schools because security cameras and fencing. And as far as roofing, another good thing. I'm glad the way you put that on that presentation, because every year I said, "Oh, we're doing another roof. Did we do another one?" But on your presentation, the years, I was wondering, I always would wonder, did we do that roof? But because we do so many that, it's very clear that, we've done a lot of roofs within the time constraints of this new monies, bond monies. So I'm glad that's happening because we don't, and that keeps, I guess, cooling and heating down, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So I guess we save monies there. Okay. Oh, regarding these, the new facilities with new tracks and fields and bleachers, a thing that I think we missed out on, or is I like to see, well, when the students sell something on campus or during those events, a football game on campus, there's a little building there. It's what 5 by 5 or 10 by 10. They don't have, I personally think they don't have enough room to sell quality, good stuff and organize and promote and make money during those times. Is there possibilities we could make maybe a portable or something that we could push in there and push out to probably use it, a different part of the campus or maybe a trailer. Oh, I'm not sure. I mean, I'll leave that up to staff there to think about having a possible trailer so these students could buy and sell products during these events on the track and field, football, events on that thing, because, you know, there's a good opportunity to make money for our students.
Hey, Mr. Pettis?
Yes.
I'm not cutting you off. Just first, I want to recognize and appreciate that your comments and questions are on this item. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
We are running way over, so
Yes.
I am going to ask you just to do your best to wrap up so we can try to get moving.
I'm on, I'm one more page.
Thank you. One more page of comments?
No, hold on here. Okay. Me walk, here's the concern. I brought this up the other day and I spoke to you before your presentation, the Me Walk Elementary School. And, you know, there's big newspaper articles regarding new housing development and low income housing. And I'm very concerned how that impacts of those new buildings, and also by Laguna in your area, they're going to be coming up in that geographical areas. So we need a BC or something, so I could feel more comfortable that those student impact of those geographical areas would have on those elementary, junior highs and high schools. So we need something like that. Even like I mentioned to you earlier, even in area 1 where I live on Stockton Boulevard, within, you know, 3 blocks away from Florin and Stockton Boulevard, there's another big low income housing. I'm not sure, you know, who's building that one. I haven't inquired on that, but that's going to be a big impact on, you know, Kennedy, probably Anna Gator and the Rudder, you know. Well, I think we have enough room for Rudder, but the elementary schools that I'm concerned about.
We're paying attention to all those.
Okay. And yes, we are going to have another bond, I guarantee. That is the #1 issue for 2024 election. So get prepared for that. And again, thank you, our community, for voting for that. But there is still unmet need for modernization and new schools within our district and for Californians. And hotspots. Okay. That's it. Oh, I didn't see. Okay, you mentioned about painting supplies like that. What are you part of the process for murals? They have to go through your component for if painting the wall on the building.
They do that as a site mod. So
Uh-huh.
it starts at the school site and then it marches its way through the process. And it eventually gets to my desk.
It does. Okay, you're part of that process, or you're the final checkoff for that, or what?
Yeah, and generally what we try to do is we try to have them create the murals so that they're interior to the campus. So they
Right.
don't, you know, not everyone appreciates art the same way. So we
Right.
don't want to put them on the street sides. So yes, it does come to my desk.
Also, is there any type of process or any document that what's the process is like for students to pursue that if they, you know, want to do that, or for the community?
That's not a
Do that-
facilities issue, sir.
It is too.
That's
The,
CT.
the site,
It's painting on our
the
buildings.
site mod process is pretty well spelled out and it starts at site level. There's little steps that they have to go through.
Mhm.
And a student could participate in that by having a
The student government.
teacher or their principal work them through that, help them work through that process.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. They're doing a great job, your unit. The last thing I had a request, and Mr. Hoffman mentioned this, is that your unit does the GIS mapping. I requested a map of the old district boundaries by areas prior to the 2020 district this redistricting. I'd like to have that old one and a copy of the 2020 new realigned areas of our board boundaries. And also, which includes our elementary schools, middle schools and high schools and continuation schools. So they could have and not only for myself, I think every board member should have that, so they could actual visualize, see their boundaries with their schools, see mine, see theirs, everything.
Mr.
And
Pettis,
how this school, how this
Pettis,
district
it's on the
is growing so
website.
big.
Mr. Bettis,
That's
Yeah.
our
can you
website.
look at me? It's on the district website. Go to the board members.
I need a printout. I'm requesting a printout. A printout. He gave me a 24 by 36 one time.
So you want a different size is what you're saying? Okay.
No, it was 24 by 36. Who did that over there? Who is the staff over there? Is Miss Diane out there?
Mr. Bettis, we don't need to take board time to discuss
Anyway.
requests.
So anyway, it was a big one.
Mr.
Big
Bettis,
one right here.
we're moving on. I heard about 3 or 4 last items, so we're moving on, Mr. Bettis. Thank you.
Would you like one?
I've
Ms.
got
Vargas?
I've got him. Ms. Bell, thank you so much for an excellent presentation. Thank you to you and your team for the fantastic work that you do. I really appreciate, restarting this conversation because we have so much work to do ahead with respect to facilities, and I'm really looking forward to diving in. So thank you all.
Thank you.
With that, folks, we are about 45 minutes behind our schedule. We are going to do one thing. The next item we think is going to be very brief. So we're going to bring that forward and handle that before we go into our lunch break. So that is the United Way March Corporate Community Champion Award. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any comments on that via Zoom?
No, Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on that item?
No, Madam President, we do not have any blue cards on that item.
Thank you. Come on up, Ms. Lavasser, please.
Good afternoon, Madam President, fellow board members, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. I'm very excited today. The United Way has chosen the Elk Grove Unified School District to be the recipient of the Corporate Community Champion Award for the month of March. With more information about this award, I would like to welcome up to the podium Tiffany Buss and Nick Juanitas from the United Way.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tiffany Buss, and this is my coworker, Nick. We would like to present Elk Grove Unified with our Corporate Community Champion Award. I have a goodie bag for you guys and this lovely award. We want to thank you for being such a huge impact in our community. We're all both trying to make better communities, stronger, healthier. So we want to show our appreciation to you guys. And if possible, we'd like to do a quick photo with me presenting the award.
I'll come on down.
Yeah, if the whole board could come down, that would be appreciated. Where would be the best place to do that?
Thank you, Ms. Lavasser. Thank you to the United Way. We appreciate the recognition. With that, we are going to go into our lunch break, which is scheduled for 30 minutes from now. So let's see. We're still doing 30 minutes? Do you have a suggestion, Mr. Hoffman?
We could round it off and go to 1:30. And so it's about 26 minutes. So we can get back to work.
Yep. So we will come back at 1:30. Thanks, folks. Hey, welcome back, everyone. It's 1:30 PM. We're going to reconvene. Next item up is our public hearing / action items. First up, Mr. Riley is going to present the tentative agreement between the school district and NUHW. Before he presents, let's see. This says he's going to present and then we're going to do Zoom. Don't we do Zoom comments first or public comment first? Open the public
We'll
hearing.
do it during the public hearing.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Mr. Riley. Sounds like you go first and then I open the public hearing.
Thank you and good afternoon. President Charles Espinosa, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. If the tentative agreement between the Elk Grove Unified School District and the National Union Health Workers for the 22-23 and 23-24 school years is ratified by a vote of the NUHW members and the AB 1200 review is approved by the Sacramento County Office of Education, the EGUS board is asked to approve or ratify the attached 22-23 and 23-24 tentative agreement. Education Code Section 3540.2 stipulates a fiscal review of the financial impact of the agreement on the district budget be performed by the Sacramento County Office of Education. Therefore, the AB 1200 report, which provides the financial analysis of the tentative agreement, is attached and was submitted to SCOE for their review. I'm pleased to inform the board and the community that NUHW did ratify this agreement, and the AB 1200 process was also approved by the county. As such, I'm asking board president to announce and open the public hearing with a request for anyone who wishes to speak to the agreement. And after hearing such speakers, the board president be asked to close the public hearing. And after the closing of the hearing, the board will be asked to take action to approve or ratify the tentative agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Mr. Hoffman, do you know if we have any Zoom public comments on this?
None. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
No, Madam President, no blue cards on this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. I'm going to close the public hearing. Did I say that I opened it? I don't remember. Okay. Mr. Fortino says I did. Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and call for a motion to approve the tentative agreement between Elk Grove Unified School District and the healthcare workers for 2022-23 and 23-24.
So moved.
Moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. We'll do a vote by acclamation. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item, Mr. Riley.
Hello again. This is specific to our Psychologists and Social Workers Association, also known as PSWA. The tentative agreement between the Elk Grove Unified School District and the School Psychologists and Social Workers Association for the 22-23 and 23-24 school years has been ratified by a vote of the PSWA members, and the AB 1200 review by the county also approved by the Sacramento County Office of Education. And as such, being asked to approve or ratify the attached 22-23 and 23-24 tentative agreement. This is per Education Section 3540.2, which stipulates a fiscal review by the County Office of Education of all negotiated agreements to determine the financial impact of the agreement on the district budget. And as a result, the AB 1200 report is attached to the tentative agreement in your board materials. And again, PSWA has ratified and approved the tentative agreement, and now it is up for your consideration. As such, the board president is asked to announce and open a public hearing with a request for anyone who wishes to speak to the tentative agreement. And after listening to any such speakers, to close the public hearing. And after closing the public hearing, the board is asked to take action to approve or ratify the tentative agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Mr. Hoffman, do we have any Zoom public comments? Sorry, I'm going to open the public hearing. Mr. Hoffman, do we have any public comments?
No comments on this item, Madam President.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, any blue cards?
No blue cards for this item.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and call for a motion to approve the tentative agreement between the Elk Grove Unified School District and Amalgamated Transit Union Local 256 for 2022-23 and 23-24.
So moved.
Moved. Do we have a second?
Hold on.
Second.
Did we- Did we do,
This is PISWA.
we went to ATU.
Oh, I'm
I think you just
sorry.
have to rephrase the.
I went to the
Yeah.
item 3. I apologize.
Yeah.
I jumped ahead. Okay, so I'm going to restate the motion. Calling for a motion to approve the agreement, the tentative agreement between Elk Grove Unified School District Psychologists and Social Workers Association for 22-23 and 23-24. Would you mind repeating?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, now, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? No, measure passes unanimously. Thank you. Apologies for that. So that was PISWA, now ATU.
Yes, now for ATU. So the tentative agreement between the Elk Grove Unified School District and the Amalgamated Transit Union Local 256, also known as ATU, for the 22-23 and 23-24 school years has been ratified by a vote of the ATU membership, and the AB 1200 review has also been approved by the Sacramento County Office of Education. Let's see. This is per Education Code Section 3540.2, which stipulates a fiscal review by the County Office of Education of negotiated agreements to determine the financial impact of the agreement on a district budget. Therefore, the AB 1200 report is attached to this tentative agreement as well. And as I stated before, ATU membership has ratified, and as such, it is for your consideration this afternoon. So you are asked, the board president is asked to announce and open the public hearing with the request for anyone who wishes to speak to the agreement. And after listening to any such speakers, the board president should close the public hearing. And after closing the hearing, the board will be asked to take action to approve or ratify the tentative agreement with ATU.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. I am going to open the public hearing and ask Mr. Hoffman if there are any public comments via Zoom on this item.
No comments on this item, Madam President.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards on this item?
There are no blue cards on this item.
Okay, seeing no public comment, I'm going to close the public hearing and call for a motion to approve the tentative agreement between the Elk Grove Unified School District and Amalgamated Transit Union Local 256 for 2022-23 and 23-24.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is our consent agenda. Mr. Hoffman, do we have any Zoom comments on consent agenda items?
We do.
Okay,
Daniel Bishop, with regards to item number 2 on the consent agenda.
okay. There we go. Mr. Bishop, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Lovely, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel, and I have the privilege of teaching 5th grade in EGUSD. I take history lessons very seriously. Oops, lost my notes. Right now we're in chapter 6, where we're learning about the Articles of Confederation, how they were useful for a short, chaotic time, but as things settled down, they were insufficient for running a new country. And so a new document was required, something much more comprehensive. And even though it was controversial, everyone agreed that it would be a living document and good enough to get things up and running. So naturally, I'm here to speak in support of the new sex ed curriculum. Zing. I'm going to tell you a story. It's not a good story. I recently worked at a school where it was discovered that a 6th grade student was being abused at home, and as a result had become pregnant by the actions of a family member, 11 years old. No school staff noticed something was wrong. It was a classmate, a boy in 6th grade, who first saw signs of something and alerted school staff, who were then able to intervene to protect that student. The purpose of this curriculum is to help students keep themselves and each other safe by giving them the language and resources to advocate for themselves and each other. This curriculum isn't only for the benefit of kids who have safe homes, who get all the information they need to take care of themselves, who understand that differences are fine and that everyone deserves respect. Every year when we get to this topic, students will raise their hand or pass me a note saying, "Mr. Bishop, I didn't know about consent, and I think something might have happened to me or someone I know. Mr. Bishop, I thought boys getting crushes on boys meant there was something wrong with you. Mr. Bishop, now I know I can ask my doctor if I am ever confused about these changes." And so on and so on. We have decades worth of data to show that comprehensive sex ed reduces teenage pregnancies, STDs, abuse, and all kinds of other reasons for students dropping out of school. Our current curriculum is wildly out of date and desperately needs replacing. I strongly urge you to please approve this new curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop. With that, I will move to blue cards. Ms. Jamerson, do we have blue cards on the consent agenda?
Yes. Okay. Yes, we do have blue cards. I have Emelina Mendoza, followed by Raul Ortiz.
Please come up. We're ready for you.
Okay, I will speak to the parents. As of it today, the seventh grade curriculum is not available for the parents to see. Only an outline in which I extract some things from there and also from the fifth grade curriculum that is there for the parents to check. So I advise the parents to please remove the children from the room because inappropriate content will be shared. So 1, 2, 3. Fair warning. So this is out of the outline of the seventh grade. And that tells our children how to put on a condom. This is for our seventh grade children. I also have the fifth grade. This is an explanation of sex. Now it's no longer gingerbread, but it's gender bread. And it tells our children that sex is not primary. I mean, not binary, I'm sorry. That there is male, female, and intersex. And then, there's gender identity, there is gender expression, and this maleness, femaleness, maleness, all this confusion for our fifth grade. And it also tells us that, or actually tells our children that sometimes there are boys that are born with penis, but they don't think that they're boys, and there are girls that are born with vagina, but they may think they're a boy, and so on and so forth, all this confusion for our fifth graders. So I am not sure if the board is going to approve this curriculum today, but if they approve it, they will be in contempt with those that they represent. Because first of all, we haven't had a chance to look at the seventh grade curriculum because it's not available. Second of all, we can't give feedback to you. So how do you know how we feel about this? The majority of us. And also that we as parents have to have a say. I mean, you all agree that parental involvement in the schools is important and the schools are well off when parents are involved. But I feel in this topic, we are being excluded. We are being set aside. And then it tells, our children that at the age of 12, they can make medical decisions without their parents knowing. So this is a separation of families instead of helping families to work together. You are being part of division within families. Thank you.
Raul Ortiz, followed by Jacqueline Ortiz. Sure. That's okay.
The fifth and seventh grade CHSE curriculum is troubling for a variety of reasons, but none the least of which is that the parents were deceived in the parent information meetings. In the first meeting, the district rep asked how many parents in attendance had children in elementary school. Many hands went up. She commented that she figured as much, that most parents were coming out to the meeting out of concern that their younger ones would be exposed to the topic of sexual intercourse. She assured the parents that research doesn't even show that fifth graders are having sex, so they aren't going to teach them about it. However, while the consent video for the fifth grade says that kids can consent to different types of things like a hug, a high five, tickles, they can't consent to sexual stuff because they are kids. This message in the video is not repeated throughout the 64-page 8-chapter book of the same title that the teachers will be going through with the fifth graders. This loophole suggests that a fifth grader, in fact, can say yes to sex. After all, the book clearly states that the kids have, quote, bodily autonomy, and quote, or maybe you've tried something, but you didn't like it after all. It's still okay to change your mind, even if you said yes a million times before. The district official in the second meeting assured parents that kids would not be taught that porn was a good thing. However, in the amaze.org video, What is Sexuality? The video suggests that parents that shield their eyes from sex scenes, a woman wearing a lace bra and underwear lying on a bed with her knees up and a naked man approaching her, are prudish. The video script says as we grow up, we get a lot of messages from media, our religion, our cultures, and family about what is okay and not okay. The text together with the images are painting the story that parents that protect their kids from porn may be stifling their kids' gratification. The video ends with a statement, everyone is sexual and it's all amazing. The amaze.org video also shows a child scrolling through sexual images on social media with a script that says, it doesn't matter if you're young, old, what your body can physically do or can't do, if you're religious or not. The message is clearly not that sexually charged images are bad for your consumption, but instead that they are normal and permissible for our kids. Whatever you want or think is totally okay and appropriate. No mention of consequences or harm. The images in the video are grooming children to do whatever they want. Young, old, appropriate, grading, all is okay and appropriate. At the second meeting, in answer to a parent question of how little is abstinence going to be taught, the district rep assured parents that would be taught on repeat, since it's scientifically known as the only 100% effective method of contraception. However, the 7th grade curriculum opposes this statement. Perhaps some of the most natural times to discuss abstinence as a 100% effective contraceptive method would be in the TED Ed video titled, How Do Contraceptives Work? The amaze.org video, What is HIV? That answers the question of how a person can prevent getting HIV, and the amaze.org video, What are STDs? However, none of these videos even mention abstinence as a contraception.
I need you to kindly wrap up, please.
State it on repeat. It appears parents have
It's
been
the end,
lied
please.
to. Please do not vote in favor of this curriculum.
Raul Ortiz, followed by Heidi Morgan. Moore, I apologize.
This feeder program is the feeder program for Planned Parenthood. This curriculum uses Planned Parenthood PP videos and My Normal, advertises for it as a video and ends in a statement, go to plannedparenthood.org/teens, identifies PP as a trusted source for kids instead of their parents, and exposes children to other PP videos in the sidebar that will queue up automatically, like the video titled, How Do I Stop Ejaculating Too Fast? The video also intentionally omit identifying pregnancy care centers as additional sources where kids could receive free STD testing and or sexual health services and advice. When you review the list of financial partners for organizations such as amaze.org, you'll find at least 6 Planned Parenthood or family planning centers as its contributors. There's clearly a bias in the curriculum in favor of promoting abortion revenue-heavy organizations such as Planned Parenthood. The video makes people of faith out to be restrictive, overreactive, brainwashing, cruel, and abusive. The amaze.org video, What is Sexuality? Reflects a non-teaching catechism classes with a script of, as we grow up, we get a lot of messages from media or religion, our culture, our families about what is okay and not okay. A lot of these messages are so subtle and happen over such a long amount of time that we don't even realize where some of these ideas of sexuality are coming from, end quote. The sex eds article titled Taking Care of My Sexual Health states, though I've never had an STD scare, I've always been tested before having sex with a new partner. The first time I was screened, I was still in high school and living at home with my religious parents who didn't want to know I was sexually active. I knew they would disapprove and likely punish me or make my life very difficult if I knew I was having sex. When you imagine yourself running in a board position, I suspect you set with great intentions of doing good for your children, protecting them from harm and supporting their parents. This curriculum does not achieve that. In fact, it works in opposition of those intentions. Don't know if any of you are people of faith. You may not believe in God, but I do, we do. And because I do, I trust his command that we are to protect our children, protect the more vulnerable. This curriculum doesn't protect them, it harms them. I urge you to vote no on approval of this curriculum.
Heidi Moore, followed by Moises Garcia.
I truly appreciate that the board did the right thing at the last board meeting when they postponed the sex ed curriculum to the next meeting. This is what honest board members representing constituents should do when the district misled parents by putting the sex ed curriculum on an agenda for approval before they'd completed all the community preview nights. When parents heard that it would be at the next board meeting, we assumed at the next regular board meeting that is held at 6 o'clock after business and school hours. Do you honestly think parents would even think to look for this item to be on an agenda at a special board workshop at 9 in the morning? Even if they saw this item on the agenda, it's extremely difficult for parents to attend with work or even just school drop-off time. This is what I've been trying to tell the board over and over again. It's clear that the district is deceitful, dishonest, not transparent, and that they do not value parent and community input. Earlier in the year, the high school sex ed curriculum was put on the agenda without a working link. This month, they've tried to put it on an agenda without completing promised preview nights. And now again, at a secret meeting at 9 o'clock a.m., which here we are at almost 2 o'clock. We've spent 5 hours of our day here. Additionally, I informed all board members by email that the current link for the middle school curriculum is only an outline. And by the way, Miss Kelly Kwan told me by email that that has been that way since March 1st. So why is that acceptable? If the district has nothing to hide from parents, why do they once again lack so much transparency and communication? The district is trying to pass sex ed curriculum, essentially bypassing parents, and that's very clear. This egregious curriculum, it teaches students that they do not need to have self-control over their bodies. It disregards gender when teaching puberty. It tells us instead of males, they use the terms testes and testosterone, and instead of females, they use the term estrogen and ovaries. We can't even call males and females by their own gender in puberty. It teaches fifth graders that masturbation is healthy and normal. The curriculum teaches students that they do not need to practice abstinence because there is always a backup plan. Teaching kids that there is free STD testing at Planned Parenthood does not negate the fact that many STDs are not curable at all. This is a huge disservice to children that you are misinforming them. Try teaching them to avoid risky behaviors instead of teaching them about antiretroviral therapy. And yes, I know that I can opt my kids out of sex ed curriculum, but that doesn't justify the district cutting parents out of the process in a variety of ways that I've already mentioned. In closing today, I would ask that you consider removing this item until the next regular board meeting, not this special board meeting. I hope board members can start holding the district accountable for their obvious efforts to cut parents out of their children's education.
Moises Garcia, followed by Charlotte Reiger. Is Moises here? No? Okay, Charlotte Reiger, followed by Kristen Stewart.
My last name's Rieger, but that's okay. It's common.
Thank
So-
you for correcting me.
No problem. So my question is about the sex ed. As you're thinking about this, have you all read it? Have you gone through it? Or are you just depending on the person in charge of curriculum to say it's okay? Is this really okay? Those of you that still have students in the district, those of you that may have grandchildren in the district, is it okay for them? Or are those kids hidden from this district? So I am a volunteer. I'm a very active volunteer at my elementary school. So we had to go through being fingerprinted. So me being as a volunteer being fingerprinted, does that give me the okay to discuss sex with the kids? Is that the okay that I can discuss their sexual problems? No, I would be deemed a groomer. I would be banned from this district. So why in the world would our teachers be teaching this if parents can't talk to them? I would like you all to go back to your fifth and seventh grade years. Could you really comprehend some of this? Would you allow it? Would your parents allow it? Probably not. And the data posted on the slideshow is saying 50% of LGBTQ youth, or 52%, were enrolled in middle or high school, reported being bullied either in person or electronically in the past year. I don't want to see the percentages. I want to see the numbers. 50% could mean 50 out of 100. 50% could mean 500 out of 1,000. What are the numbers? It's probably a small percentage. And I know when we bring up sex ed and stuff, I know that everything is protected by a California education code to protect a small minority. Well, what about my child's rights? My child's First Amendment rights? Why can't they disapprove, walk out, and make their own decision not to be there? Oh, yes, we have to have parental consent. Yes, we can opt out. But the children, have you all been on school sites? The children are going to misconstrue everything they learn. They're going to screw it all up. They're going to teach our kids the wrong thing. So are we going to hold these children accountable for grooming our children? Probably not. And your perception of being inclusive is limited to whatever agenda you choose to follow. You are not inclusive to my children who do not need to hear this sex ed. Thank you very much.
Kristen Stewart. Thank you so much for letting me speak. As you probably see on the paper, I'm actually a homeschool mom, and I had not planned on being here other than supporting my friends that were speaking. But as a believer, as a Christian, I feel a burden to care for children and to care for each and every one of you, because we're commissioned to care for each and every life in this room. And I believe that each life is intentionally created and strategically, purposefully placed. So I believe each of you have been strategically and purposefully and intentionally placed on this board to make a difference, to take a stand for each of our kids. And I know from even what the fifth grade teacher shared on the video and on the Zoom, that is why you're here. I know you care about kids, and I think we maybe view that a little bit differently, that you see it as this open education of all things sexual. And I do believe that there's an importance to protect them from what is out there. It is easy. They can find out about anything sexual they want by turning on HBO or opening their phones. Our job is to provide a protection for them and a guidance for them so that is not the way that they have to see the world, that they can see it in an academic way presented in the classroom. That is our burden. My background is in development of children and education from college, and I worked in the EGUSD system. And I do really believe what is in the classroom should be academic and not a social education. I think what I've read, what I've watched in this curriculum, what I've been available to look at, has been a social and academic education. The academic education is important. The social education, I believe, is not, and can be very unhealthy for children. And like the last person stated, was that this would not speak to my children. They would be excluded by this education were they to be still in the system. And so I think it is a burden of responsibility to protect them from what they could potentially see that could be harmful to them, that could awaken their eyes to something before it is the right season. Fifth grade is too young to see some of those things. However, acknowledging that they probably, many of them have chosen to see it or their homes have allowed them to see it. But as educators, as people placed in a position to protect our children, parents, and hopefully many others will choose to show up at other events, other board meetings, to take a stand to say, we are trusting you to stand in the gap, to be strategically placed here, to have a voice, to have a vote, to say that this is not an academic instruction. This is not making sure that my seventh grader doesn't have BO or knows what's happening with their body. This is above and beyond and outside of that. This is speaking to marginalized groups as well. Although important, I think we need to also make sure that it's done in a gentleness that it's so for everybody in there, every child that's in that classroom, and does not neglect those that this would not touch. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes the public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. There are only 2 items on the consent agenda. I understand there's a desire to bifurcate them, so I'm going to call first for, for a motion on item number 1 in consent, personnel actions.
So moved.
Move, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. We're on item 1 in consent, Mr. Perez. That's correct. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item 1 passes unanimously. For item 2, I believe there's a desire for discussion. Mr. Fortuna, would you like to kick that off?
Thank you. At the board meeting of March 7th, excuse me, amongst other things, I talked about the importance of communication. What is equally important is communication, is listening and understanding. And I will certainly admit publicly that I apparently was not listening carefully when I said yes to the motion of having the curriculum brought back to today's meeting. I think in my mind, I translated that to be the next regularly scheduled board meeting. And the reason being, one of the, well, there were a number of things that were discussed at that meeting in terms of, from my perspective, and other board members spoke up, the incompleteness of the information that we had gotten. How many parents attended the meetings? What were their comments? What happened with their comments? Why was the item being brought to the board for approval prior to another meeting being scheduled 2 days after the board was being asked to approve the item? In our philosophy statement at the end, and I am speaking for me, we make a patronizing comment that we acknowledge the family as an important contributor. Isn't that nice of us to acknowledge that? But do we really acknowledge the parents when we take an important topic and schedule it at a time not conducive to parent attendance? Now, this discussion we have had in the past, that items where the public is definitely concerned, they shouldn't be on a consent agenda at a special meeting. The special meeting during the day prevents attendance. It was brought up and it is an issue. There was two things going on with the link. One, there were problems with the link initially, but then the link provides an outline. It doesn't provide the curriculum. It says it's a curriculum, but the curriculum's an outline. And certainly I grew up and went to school, and an outline was never considered the actual document. So it's at best incomplete in terms of what it's providing as information to parents. But procedurally, and I accept my share of the responsibility. Never could I imagine that we would have postponed this item to a time when people couldn't attend. So, given the comments that I've made, I would ask that we postpone a vote on this item until the next regularly scheduled board meeting of April 4th.
There is a motion and a second. All in favor of a further postponement of this item?
Aye.
Roll call vote.
Opposed? Aye,
Aye.
or nay, rather.
Yeah. Nay.
Okay, so that's 2 for postponement and 4 against. Measure is defeated, sir. Do we have any other discussion on this item? Go ahead.
So I was reminded, so I went to visit Pleasant Grove High School yesterday, and one thing that the students reminded me of when I was sitting down and chatting with them is that this podium is very much a platform, and they do watch when we have meetings, and they watch how we react to things. They watch what the public has to say. They watch for our responses to things, and they watch for what we have to say on particular topics. And so with that in mind, particularly on the sex education curriculum, I wanted to add my own a little bit of my own personal story. So I am a gay man. I obviously the inclusion of LGBTQ issues in the curriculum is very important to me, and particularly with reference to this issue, my coming out was I kind of had an inkling in about 3rd grade that maybe I was a little different. Maybe something was going on. My school did not have inclusion in our sex education or relationship education curriculum. And it wasn't until about 7th grade that I really started to figure it out. And I always like looking at our curriculum, the curriculum that's prepared here. I wonder whether I would have figured it out sooner if there had been some inclusion in the curriculum. Would I have had the opportunity, and would my friends have had the opportunity to notice things, to ask questions? And I think that that's also a really important part of inclusion in the curriculum, is that it's not just about me. It was about my friends. It was about me telling them and them asking questions. And of course, I didn't come out until 9th grade, which was a whole nother set of, sex and relationship curriculum later. But I think that part of what is so important about this curriculum and incorporation is that this isn't just sex education. This is relationships. This is consent. This is all of the different things around your relationship development, not just with intimate partners, but friends and peers and all of the people you go to school with. And so, teaching students or having inclusion in the curriculum helps everybody. It helps everybody interact with each other in a more healthy way, and it encourages that interaction among students to ask questions, to talk to each other, to learn, which is really why we're here. And so, I say that in part because I want the students who will listen to this and will, and will engage in these conversations to know that, that's what we're doing. This is about inclusion. This is about relationships. This is about encouraging people to learn from each other and build stronger relationships together on our campuses. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Any other questions or comments from the board?
No.
I'm sorry, we've had public comment already. It's time for board discussion.
Us.
Go ahead. Did you have no questions, comments, Ms. Albiani? Okay. So I will make some comments and I'm going to call for a motion. I just want to address a couple of things that were laid out that I think were misleading. Every time there was information communicated to me that a link didn't work, I went back and confirmed that it did. So I understand technical issues happen, but I have actually been probably one of the earliest users of that public information website. I combed all over it. I communicated with staff about it. So I know that it worked. If there were technical issues, always reach out to us and we'll help you overcome them. This information it does go to the core of our job, protecting children. And I appreciate all the speakers, but particularly the one who really focused on that. 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys will be sexually abused, usually by a member of their own family. So as much as we would like to not have to talk about these subjects in school, we need to for the protection of children. Suicidality is off the charts for kids on the LGBTQ spectrum. I don't think anyone here has attended as many funerals of Elk Grove Unified students as I have. Every single one forces me and forces us to think about what we could have done better. So this also goes to the protection of those children. We can't educate them and provide them with all of the experiences we would like to provide if they are not alive through graduation. I understand that a lot of us are taken aback by the explicit nature of a lot of the information in the curriculum. I'm over 40. Some of it catches me off guard too. But when I think about why are these the content standards that they are, everything fulfills a purpose. Kids need this information because what they're getting guaranteed from their friends and from their cell phones is probably not as accurate. It's probably not as healthy. They need this vocabulary so that they can protect themselves and so that they can protect each other. There's nothing that we are doing here today that abrogates the responsibility of parents. Not only do we not want you to participate in that process, it's exactly the opposite. We are begging you to have these conversations with your children about what you believe and how to prepare them to go out in a world and interact with people who have different beliefs. We are all better off if more of those conversations happen at home. So with that, I'd like to call for a motion for item 2 on the consent agenda. Go ahead, sir.
Number one, I support sex education 100%, but you have to do it right. The process, like Mr. Forcina said, the shortcuts, and it seems like there's a rush to approve this. And I'm not sure why to this day, but like we talked about ethnic studies curriculum, that I was told we have to do it right. And if we don't do it right and have full consensus, and then just recently I was wondering, did this go to all our PTAs, parent teacher association organizations to? So there's a lot of there's questions that aggravate me or upset me, because why the process, I guess the bottom line, the process, and why are we doing it so fast? That's what like I said, sex education is very, like, let me tell you my background. our chairman said she worked in facilities right now as a consultant. I worked 5 years in the Office of Family Planning. I as an adult was learning as an employee, as a research analyst in that building, in that office. Every day was a learning experience for me, but yet we always did right with it for, representing the Office of Family Planning was all those political messages, the health education messages. We had to do it right and study the problem for and against. And again, I personally think that, next, this is a workshop. It states a workshop. This is not a regular board meeting. Let's wait till next time. Huh? That's
Thank
all I
you.
gotta say.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis.
Uh,
Okay. Thank you for reminding me. I actually did want to address that procedural question. There has been a point raised by folks who have reached out to a lot of us and in public comment that there is some desire to shortcut public input by bringing this item back to a special meeting. Having it be on a second board agenda is not less public input, it's twice as much public input. So I understand that traditionally we try to hold our meetings in the evening hours because we're geared towards parents who work during the day. But you may all recall, we learned through the pandemic that we had parents asking us to hold more meetings during the day because there are folks for whom the dayside meetings work better, right? So actually, we are providing twice as much opportunity for public input. So I wanted to address that because it is the purview of the board to talk about process and that is perfectly appropriate to raise those questions. Mr. Fortuna.
Yeah, I don't want to get into argument. However, I can't leave those comments unresponded to. I have no recollection of parents, and I'm not saying that you didn't get information from parents that they wanted meetings during the day, but I sure never heard parents saying, oh yeah, we want to have meetings during the day. And even if they did, it was during that short period of time. The whole issue and Tony asked the question, why has this been such a rush? This was brought to us with incomplete information, with timeline issues, without questions answered. And those questions are still unanswered. Like what happened with the questions that parents asked on March 8th? There was only 7 working days between that meeting and when the agenda was published. And I can't believe that in those 7 days, the committee was reconvened to look at the concerns the parents expressed. That's another procedural issue. It also gets back and I hope we'll take the time at some point to discuss it. Who was on the committee? How'd they get there? Who chose them? Was it representative of all groups, or was it representative of the groups of people that were going to give the administration the response that they wanted to have out of the committee? I mean, we talk about inclusion, and yet I can give you example after example after example from my perspective that we are not inclusive at all. This is a procedural issue. We can't say in our philosophical statement that we value parents and turn around and take an action that excludes them. It's real simple for me.
Thank you. I believe everyone's had an opportunity to speak. So with that, I'm going to call for a motion on item 2 on the consent agenda.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let's see if we can do it by acclamation. Opposed? You are opposed as well, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't need a roll call. I think 2 to 4. We've We've got the video. The folks who are not present are not able to vote. Sir, thank you. All right, so I'm going to announce the vote. Item 2 on the consent agenda is approved by a vote of 4-2. With that, I'm going to announce that the board is going to meet in closed session to address item 1 in the closed session portion of the agenda, and I'm going to call for public comment on the closed session. Do we have any Zoom comments? Mr. Hoffman?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do you have any blue cards for the closed session portion of the agenda?
No, we do not.
Thank you. I'm going to announce at 2:22 PM, the board's going to go into closed session. Thank you. I'd like to report that the Elk Grove School Board meeting, Elk Grove School Board met in closed session and no action was taken. I'm adjourning the meeting at 2:49 PM. Thank you.
Might be safe out there.